Okay, it is now 1800 hours. It is now 1800 hours. I'm calling this regular council meeting 2025-03 to order. Our invocation will be led by Pastor Jerry Clem of Covenant Church, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be given by Council Member Chandler Langevin. All rise.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for this evening. We thank you for these men and women who give their gifts, their abilities, their time, their passion to making our city the best place to live in the state of Florida. Thank you for them. I ask you, Lord, that you would give them special wisdom and discernment this evening as they consider different matters before them. Would you bless their lives, prosper their families, and Father, I would ask the same for our first responders. Keep them safe, and for all those in our city government who make our city such a wonderful place to live. Bless them mightily. I ask this in the name of your Son, Jesus. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hoorah! Madam Jones?
Mayor Medina,
Present.
Deputy Mayor Jaffe,
Present.
Councilman Johnson,
Present.
Councilman Hammer,
Present.
Councilman Langevin,
Present.
Mr. Morgan,
Present.
Deputy Mayor, we're now on announcements.
We have one vacancy on the Community Development Advisory Board to represent one of the following fields relating to affordable housing, banking industry, residential home building, actively engaged in home building, or for-profit provider positions. We have one vacancy on the Disaster Relief Committee Executive Board. There are 2 terms expiring on the Planning and Zoning Board. These represent at-large positions. There are 2 terms expiring on the Recreation Advisory Board. These represent at-large positions. Anyone wishing to serve on these boards can apply online at palmbayflorida.org or contact the city clerk's office at 952-3414.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Agenda revisions.
Yes,
Mr.
Mayor,
Morgan.
members of the City Council, resolution number 2025-04, which is an exchange of property with Diaz Treasures LLC, is shown as agenda item number 8 under new business. It relates to the action item 4 under new business, dealing with the same subject matter.
Thank you. Madam Smith, any agenda revisions?
No, sir.
So, Council, I wanted to see if, before we take on proclamations and recognitions, if you had an appetite to move up new business item number 1 for before public comments. Is there an appetite to take on new business number 1 before public comments?
So moved.
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson. Who seconded?
Chandler.
And seconded by Councilman Langevin. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, so new business number 1 is being moved to right before public comments after the presentation. Okay, right now we're on proclamations, and we're going to honor the Mayor's Business Spotlight recipient. So good evening. Today we honor a local business here in the greatest city on the face of the earth we call Palm Bay. So I'm going to ask Chrissy Chalk to come on up. And George. Welcome. So, the Mayor's Business Spotlight. It is hereby recognized by the Mayor of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, whereas Gary Yeomans Ford What's the motto? Go Yeomans! All right, I expect you guys to follow and sit
Yes,
there.
of course.
Where excellent meets customers care and community is recognized as the Mayor's Business Spotlight Program recipient for the first quarter of 2025. Whereas Gary Yeoman's Ford Palm Bay, located at 1202 Malabar Road, has been a family owned and operated established business in Palm Bay since 2011. And whereas Gary Yeoman's Ford Palm Bay is a locally owned automotive dealership offering a premium selection of new and used vehicles for all Palm Bay residents and
Go
all
Yeomans.
and all community residents, right?
Yes,
All
of
Brevard County.
Of course.
Whereas I love it. Say it again.
Go Yeomans.
Whereas Gary Yeoman's Ford Palm Bay is a servant to the community by their good corporate citizenship. They honor veterans, military service, and first responders through fundraising and charitable events such as their annual Phil Afford for Kids Palm Bay Chambers Officer of the Quarter Award and their annual Veterans Dinner where they host military members and their families. And whereas Gary Yeoman's Ford Palm Bay maintains high ratings across various platforms such as Google, Facebook, and Cards.com. They have also been awarded the President's Award for customer service. This recognition, as well, their high ratings are a true testament to their exceptional customer service. And whereas Gary Yeoman's Ford Palm Bay is innovative through its TCOC initiative, take care of community, as they continue to contribute to causes that better the lives of children and reinforce the health, safety, and social fabric of our community. Now, therefore, I, Rob Medina, Mayor of the City of Palm Bay, by virtue of said authority, said office, do hereby recognize Guy Yeoman's Ford
Go Yeomans.
is the City of Palm Bay's recipient for the first quarter of the year 2025 for the Mayor's Business Spotlight. In witness hereof, I set my hand and cause the seal of the City of Palm Bay to be affixed this 16th day of January 2025. Congratulations, Chrissy. Come on up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I didn't know I was speaking. Wonderful.
Yes, you are.
Oh, I didn't know I was speaking. Okay, what a wonderful honor. And as he had mentioned in there, TCOC not only means take care of our customers and our community as well. And like he said, supporting our community with the kids and first responders is all about who we are, along with amazing car deals, service deals. We have mobile service where we'll come to you. We'll even pick up and drop off your vehicle as well. So whatever we can do to help you and make your life a lot easier, all you got to do is check us out online at goyeomans.com.
Go Yeomans!
Thank you.
Now, share a little bit about your engagement with the community, like with the
Oh, absolutely.
the police breakfast.
So we've Chief stepped out, but we have we're the title sponsor of the first annual Chiefs Breakfast. And if you haven't got your tickets yet for it this year, please do go online and make sure you do that. This year it'll be at L3 Harris. And then every year we also do what's called Phil Afford for Kids. And one year we did Phil Afford for Kids and Seniors. And then what we do is we collect donations, toys, and items for our seniors and for our kids so that they can have a better holiday season. And one of the other things that we're very proud of is our annual Veterans Dinner, where we partner with someone that I know you all love very much, is Yellow Dog Cafe. Love their food, best chicken and green beans. And so we partner with them, and we come together, invite our customers that are veterans to honor them and thank them for all their service for our country. So that is one of the many things that we do, and giving back is just who we are, and proud to work for them. And this is George. I'd be remiss to say, I yanked him from back behind the desk today, and I said, you are going with me. George is our general sales manager, and any kind of new used cars, this is your guy. So for those of us that have seen us in here tonight, make sure you stop by the dealership. And I know everybody wants to have a guy. Well, now you have a guy. It's George. So there you go. And thank you so very much. I appreciate it. It's such an honor.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So wait, we're going to take a picture. We're going to take a picture with this first and then the proclamation.
Okay.
So we're doing
You've
two
got a
different
system
things.
here. Just tell me what to do.
We're going to... Yeah, I'm not on the south side. Okay, well, our official... Okay, one more. Christina. Yes.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. It was good to see you again. Nice to see you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, absolutely. Go Yeomans. You got it. Good to see you again. Thank you so much. Hi, how are you? Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you. It's an honor. Appreciate it.
So, our second proclamation is regarding Human Trafficking Awareness Month in January. So, I'm going to call up Kim Curry and her team. Come on up all together. Thank you all for being here. And thank you for what you do. Thank you. No, as you were. Human Trafficking Awareness Month, January 2025, excuse me. National Human Trafficking Awareness Day is actually January 11th, 2025. It is hereby proclaimed by the mayor of the city of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, that whereas human trafficking is an illegal trade of human beings, a public health, excuse me, and humanitarian issue, a form of modern day slavery, and a crime against humanity that violates the most basic human rights and deprives victims of their freedom. And whereas human trafficking is the recruitment, harboring, transporting, providing, or obtaining a person for the purpose of a commercial sex act, labor, or services induced by force, fraud, or coercion, or in which the person induced to perform such act has not attained 18 years of age. And whereas it is estimated that although grossly underreported, over 50 million people are being trafficked worldwide, with children accounting for half of those victims. And the United States being the number one consumer of sex worldwide and one of the top three nations of original globally for victims of human trafficking. And whereas Florida ranks third in the United States for human trafficking cases reported by the National Human Trafficking Resource Center, with the central region having the highest number of cases reported to the Florida Department of Children and Families. As human traffickers regard Florida as one of the most attractive destinations and transit points for their victims, whereas human trafficking has increased exponentially as the fastest growing and second largest international criminal enterprise next to illegal drugs and armed trades, generating over $2.36 billion, specifically involving child sexual abuse material, pornography, online exploitation, and often involves family members or those personally known to their victims. Whereas human trafficking exists because the ever growing numbers of buyers, and without them, there would be no demand. Imagine that. And by reducing this demand through education, stricter enforcement laws, and shifting societal norms, we can effectively disrupt the cycle of exploitation and protect countless lives. And whereas a New Life International is a local faith-based not-for-profit organization serving as a trusted partners to raise awareness, reduce vulnerability, and provide resources and services to victims, survivors, and in our community. Now, therefore, I, Rob Medina, mayor of the greatest city on the face of the earth, Palm Bay, by virtue of the authority of said office, do hereby proclaim Human Trafficking Awareness Month, January 2025, and National Human Trafficking Awareness Day, January 11th, in the city of Palm Bay, and urge all citizens to protect the vulnerable and end human trafficking through continued prevention, prosecution, education, and awareness, and to send a strong message to the perpetrators that Florida is a zero tolerant state for all forms of human trafficking, and that we are committed to protecting victims' rights and restoring their dignity and freedom. In witness thereof, I set my hand and cause the seal of the city of Palm Bay to be affixed this 16th day of January 2025. Congratulations, Madam Kim. The mic is yours, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor, Council. Good evening, citizens. It is my honor to serve Palm Bay, Brevard, Florida, throughout the United States, and also outside of the United States, specifically Honduras. We do educate, and we stand alongside and advocate for survivors. So we remove their criminal records when they're expunged. Most of our survivors have criminal records when they come out, and then background checks are needed for jobs and places to live, so that halts that process of them thriving and going forward. So we work with attorneys to make sure that that gets taken care of for survivors. We do a lot of things behind the scenes. We work with families, parents. We educate out in the community and kids right now because of COVID and all of the forced online that has grown exponentially. We educate kids and parents about apps, what to watch out for on their cell phones, gaming. There's perpetrators everywhere. There's perpetrators on your street. There's perpetrators in the schools. There's perpetrators everywhere. I get that this is a hard conversation, but you have to have the conversation. So parents, please love on your kids. Make them feel heard and seen. Be a safe adult, because they're getting sucked into sexploitation by perpetrators that are bribing them. So get involved. We have we don't have housing. We have 3 homes right now in Brevard County that I consider legitimate, and they're full. So we desperately need housing. We have 4 projects right now that we're raising funds for. We have a fundraiser at the end of this month, our Bubbles and Blingo, and we have our annual gala that's coming up as well. But if you're interested, please get a hold of us, A New Life International, and please be a part of the solution. Thank you all.
And I just wanted to touch a little bit, and I know that you have experience during the Super Bowl.
Yes.
I know that and Super Bowl's about to happen. Just briefly share the challenges with the Super Bowl and how that is a nest for that, right?
Okay, I first got involved in fighting human trafficking by being on a task force. I worked with FBI and local law enforcement at whatever city the Super Bowl was going to be in. So we would be, about 10 of us would be sequestered into an unknown location to anybody else. We would develop leads for law enforcement, and then they would go, if they were legitimate, verifiable leads, they would go and get the perpetrators and recover the victims. We worked with NCMEC, who would provide us a booklet of missing children for that area, and we would have them up on a wall, and we would do found as we recovered them, because there would be so many of those missing kids that were brought in to be sold before Super Bowl. Anytime you have a huge event like that, so NASCAR, Super Bowl, the Olympics, anything that's got expendable money and high-end tickets, you've got buyers that are coming in ahead of the event, and they're partying, and they're hiring what you would commonly call prostitutes or escorts. Most of the prostitution and escorts in today's world is trafficking. They're not there by choice. And there's no such thing as child prostitutes. It's immediately considered trafficking. So pornography is humongous, and most of them are also being trafficked. So the Super Bowl, again, thank you, Mayor, for bringing that up, is something definitely to, for those of you who are believers, please be praying for those that are combating that ahead of the Super Bowl, because that is something that definitely needs to be undergirded.
Thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Mr. Mayor?
Oh, yeah. Their efforts. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for likewise.
Okay, we are now on presentations, and I'll yield to you, Mr. Morgan. On the mic, sir.
Sorry. We have Nancy Peltonen from the Greater Palm Bay Chamber of Commerce to give her semi-annual update to the City Council.
Okay. Hello. So I wanted to provide a few slides just to show a little bit about chambers. I've never actually done that before, and with 3 new city council members, I know most of you have come to our events and know all about us, but I think some of the public doesn't, and sometimes they don't realize the chamber is a separate entity with, it's a member-driven organization. We are a nonprofit 501c6. And as you can see there, our mission is to serve, advocate, and promote as a trusted voice for our business community. We do a lot of letters, some for the City of Palm Bay, Florida Tech, AV on the ad valorem tax abatement, the Indian River Lagoon, Green Gables, all different size companies, nonprofits and for-profit companies. As you can see here, a chamber is government, it's education, it's advocacy, it's events and education, and we're a champion for the local community. We have the leaders trip that goes up to Tallahassee. They are looking at March 12th and 13th is what I heard today. So when we get details on that, we will send that out because the city usually sends a contingent with us. We also have gone with the Economic Development Commission to Washington. We have our new business directory and community guide. So I did, provide one of those for everyone. That has the first half of it is all on tourism in South Brevard County, and Palm Bay has quite a few pages on that. We also have the awards, which we always like to say we know how to market. So in 2021, we had a budget of $283,000, and that was during COVID. In 2024, it jumped up to $593,000. Our chamber was the Florida Association of Chamber Professional Award winners for the entire state of Florida for membership communication and marketing materials for a chamber that's 500,000 to under $1 million. So we're pretty excited about that. We also have some statistics, up to 582 members. And Mayor, I'm sure you can remember when we were in the chamber saying, oh, we hope we ever get to 400. So we've definitely grown. It was a 12% increase over last year. We also had a number of chamber events, 160 to be exact, bringing in about 49,000 website views. And our biggest one was the Space Coast Symposium, which almost had 10,000 page views. We also have our chamber partners, and it's amazing when they post their events on our page because we have so much traffic. A lot of the nonprofits, Community of Hope, Rotary, New Life Mission, the Brevard Symphony Orchestra, Career Source, Eastern Florida State College. You can see the Community of Hope Gala had 245 page views, and overall, all of the partner events had about 10,000. So we really help them amplify their message. A lot of nonprofits on their own do not have the presence that the chamber does. So we really help them, like I said, amplify their message. You can see on social media, our LinkedIn went up substantially, especially because of our Space Coast Alliance for Tech and Innovation event and our Space Coast Symposium. We are you know, you saw me taking pictures. We really like to post events that are happening not just for the chamber, but with community partners as well. That business directory on our webpage had 107,000 views. So if you can imagine, with our 582 partners, it's pretty amazing. 81,000 was through category searches. So if they're searching for a home builder or a pest solution, that's where our members come up in those searches. So it really helps a huge amount. And that one increased about 155% by categories, alphabetically, and then keywords. We also have our longest partners. So we celebrated last year our 35th anniversary, and the original Print Depot, it was Pip Printing back then, is our longest member, along with Waste Management, Space Coast Home Builders and Contractors Association, Palm Bay Aluminum Corporation, the City of Palm Bay, and Florida Power and Light. So we're very excited that so many have stayed with us for 35 years. Our most engaged partners, you can see it's all different sizes. So there's some local ones, but then you have Launch Credit Union and Community Credit Union. So they engage, they post, they share. Searches, all different categories. It was up 234% from the previous year. So we're pretty excited about the growth that we're having on our page. And she put lots of graphics on this one. Okay. So with this one, the top 5 partner page hits, Palm Bay Hospital is number 1. They had 6,000 hits. That was a 714% growth. It's what people are looking for. It's the categories and things that when they search, it often comes up on our chamber page before their own business pages. We also have... hot deals. People put specials. It's often business to business or to consumers. When the Hyatt place opened, they actually said their number one source of customers coming to their hotel was through the chamber. So that was pretty amazing for a brand new business to have that kind of support from the chamber. Coming up, we have obviously some events. Our Space Coast Alliance for Tech and Innovation. I gave you the handout for all the speakers that we had last year. The City of Palm Bay was a big sponsor of that. They were at a $5,000 level. But what we did was cut out the legwork for the city. We brought all those companies to Florida Tech's Cammon building. The city growth department, development department were able to speak for 3 minutes in front of all those companies, be able to network with them at the event and talk about Palm Bay. So when they are looking to relocate, to expand, to grow, they had the chance to hear about Palm Bay and the opportunities that we have. They were able to put collateral on all the tables. It really was a great opportunity for the city, and it is available again this year. Should you be interested? I think that your team can tell you about the successes that they've had through that program. We also are focusing on AI. So one of them this year is going to be bring your own laptop, and you'll be able to learn how to use AI. It's the buzzword, but sometimes a lot of people are intimidated by that. So we'll be doing some hands-on training at Cammon. Spacecom, I have to say, this was pretty exciting for us. That's what we've been working on. We were invited to attend this because they saw the success with our Space Coast Symposium, and this is a national company that does events actually internationally as well. But they partnered with us, and we will have a booth over in Orlando for the entire time. We will have information from the City of Palm Bay as well at that. We have the Space Coast Office of Tourism, and they're expecting thousands of people. So we are definitely representing the city in wherever we can. So it's free for people to go to the exhibition hall, not for the conference. You do have to pay for that, but we're booth 808 in case anyone wants to stop by. We just put our booth together today, so that was pretty exciting. Our home show and expo is coming up February 22nd. We are probably one of the only chambers that does a business to consumer event. We realized that so many of our members actually were business to consumer, and this gave them the opportunity, working with our partner Lowe's here on Malabar Road, to be able to showcase all those businesses. We had close to 50 booths last year. We're getting up to that many as well, and as you can imagine, Lowe's on a Saturday is usually pretty busy, so great exposure for all the attendees. Everything we do is focused on our partners and what will make it better for them, what helps them with their business. The Mayor's Breakfast is a great opportunity to hear from every mayor in the city of and towns in Brevard County at one place and time. It is once again at the Space Coast Convention Center, and we'll look forward to hearing the mayor's update, although we will have much more time at the April luncheon, as it'll be the State of Palm Bay City Luncheon. We also have our Space Coast Symposium. Last year we sold out. We were at the Astronaut Memorial Foundation. It was 500 people and crazy. It was a beautiful location, but we've kind of grown so large now. We have moved it to the Radisson at the port. It will be also in the pavilion and the convention center. We can have up to almost 100 exhibitors and about 650 attendees. So we're very excited, once again, showcasing the Palm Bay Chamber and Brevard County. And then finally, that's some of the lunch speakers that are confirmed. So we have a lot planned. We have been very dynamic growth that we've experienced in the last few years. It's been a phenomenal journey. I wanted to introduce you to our new chairwoman this year for the Greater Palm Bay Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors, and that's Cherie Rigby. She is with Raymond James. So you'd like to come up. And that's it. That's my presentation. I know that the lease is on the agenda, so I will have comments at that time. But I'm open for questions.
Thank you. Councilman Chandler, I'll start on your end. Any questions, sir?
No.
Councilman Hammond?
No, sir.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. With the growth that the Palm Bay Chamber is experiencing, do you see yourselves outgrowing the facility you're in right now?
Oh, we have a long time ago, but I will say that I think people know where it is and where we are. What it has forced us to do is utilize other chamber members' locations so that when we have meetings, our Brevard Prosperity Initiative is at the Wings of Grace Church, so that's great to use them. We have Azan where we're having luncheons. We have the Mayor's Breakfast is at the Space Coast Convention Center, also a member. So it's enabled us to, well, I mean, we were forced to have to look elsewhere. And so the chamber building, we have meetings at launch for our ambassadors. Our board meeting is monthly at Raymond James. So, you know, you just do what you need to. Yes, would we love a big, shiny new building? Absolutely. But for me, I think that we are looking at our strategic plan and long term what that looks like. But at the current time, I think the money is better spent in really supporting our chamber partners and, you know, not kind of worrying about the building at this point. If you've come in there, you've seen we've got new furniture and set it up very nicely. And so really with the team that we have right now, it does survive and works for our needs. It's just not a place where I always want to have an incubator, a business incubator, work with SCORE and the SBA and have it right in-house. That we can't do.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I appreciate you sharing that. And I want us, council, staff, and you to look downrange when we're thinking of the Bayfront. So when we're thinking about the development of that area with the expansion of the chamber, I want us to look downrange because that area will eventually be what we're looking for it to be. So I want to make sure we're also being mindful of the chamber as well.
Thank you.
So that way we have expansion for y'all as well. Because before the mayor, I'm gonna steal your thunder a little bit. We want all the events in Palm Bay.
Yes.
That's our preference. You know, that way we're bringing people here, which is the same thing the council's trying to accomplish as well with bringing businesses here as well. So,
Agreed.
But we appreciate everything you're doing. I'm just thinking downrange, Mel. So
Agreed.
That's all, Mayor.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Deputy Mayor?
No, great job on the presentation. I have no questions or comments. Thank you.
Yeah, as always, Nancy, great job presentation, great job involving the business community. I think the bottom line is here we're looking to enhance the quality of life through job creation, and your support of these local businesses. They're the job creators, right? They're the cornerstone of our economy. So you've known me for years, and you know those are my sentiments. So thank you, ma'am. Great presentation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we're on new business item number 1. And I'll defer to Madam Smith and then Mr. Morgan.
Yes, sir. Resolution 2025-02. A resolution of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, renaming Fred Poppy Regional Park, located at 1951 Malabar Road Northwest, as Palm Bay Regional Park, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Morgan?
Yes, Mayor, members of the council, this is an item that has been recommended to you from your Recreation Advisory Board. They met on November 12th and made this recommendation to the council.
All right, thank you. Deputy Mayor, speaker cards?
Our first speaker is Teresa Lopez.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Manager, and the City Attorney. My name is Teresa Lopez. I am a former Melbourne City Council member. I'm here to support the renaming of Fred Poppy Park to Heritage Park. This park should reflect the growing diversity of the residents of the City of Palm Bay. Several community groups celebrate their culture and heritage here in this park. And these celebrations do bring revenue, not just to the business owners, but to the City of Palm Bay. Several residents of our surrounding cities also participate in these heritage celebrations and become educated in the different cultures of the city. This park should really be named after, this park should be really renamed in order to reflect our whole community and not just one person. So it's either Palm Bay, I can agree with Palm Bay, Palm Bay Heritage Park or Heritage Park. I think they're both are good, but I prefer Heritage Park. I thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker?
Ms. Santa Wright.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Santa Wright. I'm here today representing the Florida Hispanic Chamber of Commerce and United Coalition Council. I'm one in front of the Recreation Board to present my idea of what we as a community envision that park to be. No fancy representations, it's just how we feel. Our organization has been advocating to rename this park for many years. For those of you that know me, have known that even before the incident happened with Fred Poppy, this was an initiative that we have stepped forward since this gnarly fiasco. And we had hoped that with this issue happening, that we will move forward. Our community identifies as Heritage Park, encapsulates the area's history, diversity, and collective spirit. A name like Heritage Park resonates with visitors, newcomers, and emphasizes community, pride, and unity. The name can be seen as a celebration of the area's evolution and shared legacy. It embraces all backgrounds. The term heritage honors diverse cultural roots, creating an inclusive space for all residents. Heritage as a concept is enduring, a universally relatable, ensuring the name remains relevant for generations. Not only does it encourage local pride of our Heritage High School, it will be a living monument to the community's journeys, past, present, and future. We envision Heritage Park as a focal point for community activities, festivals, historical events, and an increase in civic engagement. We feel a stronger connection to the park that acknowledges their shared heritage. We propose a cultural board to work with the City of Palm Bay and the Parks and Recreation to increase tourism in our economy and name Heritage Park. Tourists will be interested in the region's history and culture, potentially boosting local businesses. Our community is already diverse and rich in culture, and we want to showcase that diversity. We propose the following. Create a landmark with flags from each country representing our residents' culture, which we at the Florida Hispanic Chamber of Commerce have agreed to sponsor that monument. Showcase our Native American tribes from Brevard. Apply for state and federal grants to achieve the goal of building a representative location for cultural artifacts. Engage the community to hold events here instead of Melbourne. Provide cultural studies for everyone to learn about our neighbors' culture. We realize that the potential of the world's greatest places, spaces, and events are want to create amazing experiences for our community, our guests, and our business owners, creating exciting opportunities for all. I implore you to please reconsider and rename this park Heritage Park. We want a sign on I-95 to say Heritage Park this way, and we want to have a building there to show everyone, everybody's culture. It's about diversity and inclusion. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next
Um,
speaker. Oh,
I had questions.
okay. Hold on. Come on up,
Miss-
ma'am. Or Councilman Ham. Yeah, he jogged me.
I do have one question.
Yes, sir.
Are you still willing to do these things if the name doesn't get changed?
If it stays Fred Poppy Park, no, because that name in its own, I mean, this is his third DUI, and it's not representative of what this community is, and I wouldn't want to do that. No.
Thank you.
Councilman Johnson.
Can you describe in further detail the board you're looking at? Because you want a separate board made up of just different.
To include everybody, Native Americans, Germans, Polish people, Puerto Rican, Cuban, Venezuelan, anybody and everybody, to get their input on what they see their culture to be. My vision is to have a cultural place where people can come, the tourists. I'll give you an example. I went up north and I stopped out at 3 different places that had cultural locations, and they had displays and they had things where people can sell stuff, and it was just beautiful because I got to see the area culture, the indigenous people of that area, and what they were there to present, things that I didn't know. So tourists will drive by, see Heritage Park this way, they're going to get off and they're going to get off and go see what's there. The vision is to start off with the flag representation. If you go to Miami in the Freedom Park, you will see this beautiful thing that have the flags. And that's what we envision. And this is going back years that we had actually a presentation with the picture of what it would look like. But like I said, it's about including the whole community. And I think that having the largest park, I think we need to have a name that can be respected.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Phil Weinberg.
Phil Weinberg, 466 Scanlon Road. First of all, you should be embarrassed as you're even considering this at a public meeting. This is a slap in the face to a man who spent 50 years serving in the city of Palm Bay and Brevard County. Fred had a hand in creating every single park in the city of Palm Bay. Now, let me just remind you, I know it's in your package, but in your legislative memorandum, the park naming policy, Section D, that was approved by the council on February 6, 2003. Renaming a park or a facility out of respect for the current name, only under extraordinary conditions will a park or a facility be renamed. Stick to your policy. Also, too, I understand that it's really a good thing to have all sorts of multicultural festivals. As a matter of fact, we have one coming up at Fred Poppy Park on January 25th. It's been a home for a lot of festivals, a lot of ethnic festivals. That's a great thing. There's no reason that cannot continue and still expand. But it's a slap in the face to somebody who has given 50 years of this life to this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Pat Dobra.
Good evening, Pat Dalper, 410 Georges Avenue Northeast. I too believe that out of respect for Fred, since I started working with him in 1978 and 11 years, and also have talked with him many times. If you're going to be renaming any park, I think you should look at what you were talking about as far as renaming the Senior Center. I think you should rename the Tony Roses Center back to the Palm Bay Community Center. And if if you really are thinking about renaming Fred Poppy Park, it should go back to the original name, Palm Bay Regional Park. because that incorporates everybody in the bigger region. But I think you should hold off $4,000 to spend on signing. You should wait until you start renaming these other places. That $4,000 could go to our smaller parks to beautify. Okay, so I think that's a waste of time and a waste of money at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
David White.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. I'm David White. I've lived at 134 Copenhagen Avenue Northeast in Palm Bay for 38 years. And the Palm Bay Regional Park was the original name of the park, as you all know. It's a good name. In general, it's a bad idea to name a park or a public facility after a living person. Ted Whitlock, who was the chairman of the Recreation Advisory Board for years, and I knew him very well, was adamant that the Palm Bay Regional Park be called the Palm Bay Regional Park. As you know, the community center there is named after Ted Whitlock. He was clearly deserving, if you knew him or knew what he did, of that facility to be named after him. So that was quite appropriate. In addition, there is also, interestingly, at least one park sign along the street that says Palm Bay Regional Park is that way. It's a good name. I think you should keep it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Don Batar.
I'll bring this down. Good evening, everyone. I'm Dawn Batar. I live here at 479 Fountain Street in Palm Bay. And, you know, I have spoken out before about changing the name to this park. But after getting to know Fred and learning the history of what Fred actually did for this city, I spent some time. And those who know me long enough to know that that is what I had said previously. I think you should keep everything the way it is. I think we're spending a lot of time and money on erasing history and things that exist and making excuses for why. I think that our city is amazing. We are diverse. I don't think we need a sign that says that, unless it says Palm Bay. And if Palm Bay means diversity, I think that in itself is an achievement. I think the thought that we need to, as this nice lady pointed out, spend $4,000 on signage is ridiculous when we have so many other needs in this city. Okay? I also agree with Phil. You know, we have a charter that we need to become very familiar with. I appreciate the fact that that's on the agenda, Mike. I would appreciate that you all get really familiar with it, as the charter does lead with health and safety, and that $4,000 could go towards the health and safety needs of the city over changing the name. Thank you all. I really appreciate all of you, and by the way, Happy New Year.
Thank you. Happy New Year. Next speaker.
Tom Gom. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is Thomas Gom. I live at 1700 Lantana Court, and I'm your chairman of the Palm Bay Recreational Advisory Board. This came to us as a citizen-driven initiative. The first motion I made at the meeting was to table this because I felt it was still a personnel issue with the city, and that we should, my grandfather put it, make haste slowly. So I felt no need to rush, but that vote went 3-3 and I lost tabling this item. What we did decide in the end was 6-0 to name it back to Palm Bay Regional Park.
Mr. Mayor, you yourself, every time you talk about that park, you claim it's our crown jewel. So if it's our crown jewel, let's put our name on it. Make it Palm Bay Regional Park once again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I have a question for
Okay.
Mr. Gong.
Mr. Gong?
Because it's been made mention, and maybe our city attorney could speak to it, but it's been made mention of
The item D.
so wait a second, I'm finding from the elected official handbook on the naming of parks and facilities. It states that the renaming of a park or facility should only be done under extraordinary conditions. Was that provided during the recreation board meeting?
It was. And another obstacle we ran up against was with the guidance and the charter and the ordinances when it comes to park naming. What's mentioned that when you're naming streets or you're naming buildings is to avoid duplication of names. So when the name Heritage came up, the problem is we have Roberto Clemente baseball field at Heritage High School, and we shouldn't have Roberto Clemente baseball fields at Heritage Park. It's confusing. People are going to end up at the wrong place.
You got that?
Yes, sir. And anything else? I want to see the city attorney.
Oh,
I
I
know.
did have one other item.
Okay.
Mr. White, who was up here a few moments ago, very humble man, actually filled Mr. Morgan's seat early in our city's history. So I just wanted to recognize him and thank him for his contributions to our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Johnson, you had a question
For
about
Mr. Smith. I know Mr. Messenger was the one who sat in on that meeting. So if you wanted to elaborate more on the discussion or.
So you have the policy and it has been read, but in part because it's parenthetical, it's been left out. But I do want to focus your attention on the parenthetical as far as extraordinary conditions. When you have examples in something, essentially they are examples, but what you want is something that is of the same type or kind. In this situation, extraordinary conditions, you then have shortened, inappropriate, and ineffectual names. So you need something that is one of those or the same type and kind. So because there may be a better name or a different name, wouldn't be of the same type and kind as shortened, inappropriate, or ineffectual. So you need either one of those three or something that is similar to that under your current policy. There may be people that advocate for perhaps you changing your policy, but right now this is your policy. So you should not rename it unless it's short. You're seeking to shorten it. You find it inappropriate, ineffectual, or something similar to those three categories.
Does that conclude your questions? Okay, council. So we've heard the speakers. I'll need a motion to move forward.
Well, I will make a motion to not rename Fred Poppy Park.
I'll second that. And you made the motion, sir, so carry on.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I'm a big fan of history. Palm Bay is 65 years old. Fred Poppy is older than the city, and he's been working in this city nearly his entire adult life. He's given his entire adult life to serving this city. Last I heard, and maybe there's been movement in the case, but last I heard, he has neither pled nor been found guilty of anything anyways. So I do agree with what Mr. Guam initially said, that why are we moving so hastily on this? But regardless, I mean, Mayor, I don't know if it was the same back in your day, but when I was in the Navy, if you didn't have a chief with a couple DUIs, you'd question him, actually. So that's not to say that I know there's some Navy chiefs out there. That's not to say that that's right and that we should accept that. But for that to erase 50 years of service to our city, historical service to our city, I don't think that it meets that threshold. And again, he hasn't even been found or pled guilty to this yet. So right now, he's innocent until proven guilty and hasn't committed anything. I appreciate our city attorney giving us the guidance on the policy, but regardless of what our policy said, I would not be voting to change its name today. And I just want to make it clear to everyone in the crowd, we are a diverse city. That's awesome. I'm all about it. But at the end of the day, regardless of where you came from or what you look like or who you worship, we are all citizens of the United States of America. And I will never sit on this council and vote to permanently erect a foreign country's flag in this city. And I want to make that perfectly clear. With that, I yield the rest of my time, Mayor.
Well, thank you. I seconded the motion, and mine is a little bit of a history lesson as well. I arrived in this great city in February of 1988. Yes, I know I look a lot younger than what I actually am. And in that time, I had the honor and blessing to actually meet Fred. And Fred was the common denominator regarding Mr. Poppy was his ability to speak with so many different organizations and move forward all Palm Bay parks. I got to know him even more when I worked for the county. But I'll share with you, I played softball. I played many sports, but when I first got here, it was Fred that actually made Connect what it was. It was actually Fred that had discussions with what is now Fred Poppy Regional Park. Every organization that wanted to have an event in this city, Fred found a common way to make that organization succeed. Whether it was Palm Bay Days, the 4th of July, whatever it was, Fred Poppy was in the mix. He's given 50 years of his life to this city, and because of one mistake, we're going to press the delete button on him? That doesn't make any sense. I truly believe that we've named parks after our founding fathers, those that have given so much to this city. Fred Lee, Bill Madden, Lynn Nungesser, the first female deputy chief of our police department. We named the park after. We recently named a park after Councilman Ken Green, Councilman Pat Woodard. Do we expect for some other council to come and change? In particular, with Councilman Johnson brought this up, as well as Phil Weinberg. The policy in Section C is established by council on February 6, 2003, as incorporated in the elected officials handbook. Item D, renaming a park or facility out of respect for the current name, only under extraordinary conditions will a park or facility be renamed. That in and of itself is enough. This shouldn't even be before us, but I appreciate the motion to remain the same as Fred Poppy Regional Park, and I will be supporting that. Deputy Mayor.
No comments.
So I've got a motion to.
Well,
yes.
Yeah, Mayor.
Councilman Hammer.
Go ahead.
So I'm just going to go on record as saying I was originally with Sam Lopez on wanting the park to be Heritage Park. That is something that I thought had a large reflection on our community and the places it was going. On the backside of that, I do know Fred Poppy, and I do know he is the man he is, the man he's put forward. That park wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. All these great festivals we're talking about would not have happened if he was not there. We would not have that if it wasn't for him, whether he might have done something or not. He's not found guilty yet. I have had a lot of discussions with people, and I have always said I am not going to make any kind of thought on that until this man is found guilty from a jury of his peers. As of right now, you're innocent until proven guilty, and I can't see myself going through something for a man that's given so much to us. I mean, this man's given 50 years of his life, and he might be down on his luck right now, but that's our time to put our hands out for him. And I think doing this before he's been found guilty by a jury of his peers is not the right thing to do. I consider our city, our staff, our people a family, and I don't like the fact that we're going to do something to a man when he needs us. If we did this after his court case, things might be a little bit different. But right now, he's innocent until proven guilty. Thank you.
Councilman Johnson?
Mayor, yeah, my thing about it is, I guess it's for the city attorney. Should we even be seeing this based off what she said? Like, was something missed or was something skipped to get us?
I agree with you. Based on the policy, we shouldn't even be discussing this. This to me is something that, but be that as it may, we have discussed it and we have a motion. But your question to the city attorney is warranted. So, Madam Attorney?
Yes, it's no different than you get applications, and you've already had applications for whether it's rezoning or some type of commercial incentives, because you don't think that they meet the comprehensive plan or your objectives doesn't mean that you don't consider it. It went before the Recreation Advisory Board. They made a recommendation, and it's up to you to make a decision. Just because something comes before you doesn't mean that you support it or that you agree with it. It does mean that you're the final decision maker, and so that's what you did. And then this is what you're doing now.
Does that satisfy your question, sir?
Yeah, yes, it does. I feel there's something that can be fine tuned with it, I guess. I don't know, but I understand where she's coming from. So
right now I've got a motion to have the name or stay the same, right? Is that how you phrase the motion?
Correct. Keep the name the same.
Okay.
To deny the resolution.
Then, so what is it that you prefer, ma'am?
You're voting to deny the resolution.
Okay. So do we have to restate that, ma'am? Or, well, yeah.
That's
we just
pretty much
phrased
the
it
intent.
differently.
That was the intent of the motion.
That is the intent. Is that good enough?
That is fine.
Okay. So I got a motion by Councilman Landriman, seconded by Mayor Medina. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. We are now on public comments. Deputy Mayor.
Our first speaker for public comments, Lance Fisher.
Lance Fisher, 130 Malabar Road, Palm Bay Police Department, Deputy Chief Retired. Yesterday, I saw a post by the Palm Bay PD recruiter on a random website that stated, "We have an awesome chief and command staff that looks after their people and a great culture." When I read this, I had to stop and reflect because for the past 10 months, I have been vocal about a culture created by Chief Agello and his command staff that has jeopardized the reputation of the many excellent men and women that protect our community. A culture that has banished employees from the police department for mental wellness struggles. A culture where DC then Commander Jeff Spears called an officer struggling with mental wellness and asked him to take his name off the promotion list. A culture where then again Jeff Spears forced a Hispanic female to resign after unsuccessfully trying to terminate her off probation for no reported deficiencies. A culture that started when then DC Agello wrote anonymous letters, met with city staff and officials to undermine and ultimately cause the resignation of Chief Nelson Moya. A culture that hospitalized Scott McIntyre during a use of force encounter that placed him in the hospital where he was released without being charged. A culture where that same officer hospitalized Jacob Mitchell a week later because, as the officer told Chief Agello, "I've dealt with him before and he pissed me off." A culture that retained an officer that felt he did nothing wrong when he pulled alongside Esteban Morris with his patrol car and tased him off a moving motorcycle. A culture where Chief Agello used the Palm Bay Police Foundation and the Brevard County Sheriff's Office charity to offset the discipline for said officer because he was also suffering from financial distress. A culture that allowed that same officer to tase and hospitalize Thomas Farley, who ultimately was paralyzed. Those charges were just dropped this week. A culture that retained an officer after he commented, "I'd rather die," on a social media post depicting a group of black doctors. A culture that currently retains that same officer after being arrested and is currently on probation for that DUI. A culture in which Chief Agello leads a command staff of all white males, who leads a departure where there is 0 black or African American officers above the rank of sergeant. A culture where Chief Agello directed Commander LaTulip and then Lieutenant Ribnicki to transfer a sergeant from investigations patrol to patrol after that sergeant represented the FOP who had problems with hiring experienced officers at above starting pay. A culture in which then Lieutenant Rudnicki was willing to write up his best friend to send him back to patrol. A culture where an officer makes a complaint about a mayor who during a ride-along brandished a firearm during a call for service, and that complaint is swept under the rug by then Deputy Chief Agello. A culture led by Chief Agello that currently has the city facing 2 federal lawsuits for civil rights violations. A culture that has the city facing multiple discrimination and multiple EEOC complaints. I said it on September 5th, and I'll say it again. Chief Mario Agello is a liability to the city, and the culture that he embraces will diminish the city's reputation and cost the city financially. Chief Agello was almost a year that Suzanne Sherman ever left, he would leave. That time has come, and he needs to move on. The men and women of the Palm Bay Police Department do an excellent job protecting the citizens they serve. They deserve better from a chief and command staff than the one they currently have leading them.
Next speaker.
Bill Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. Under public comments, I'm trying to address consent agenda items. The first one is number 2. How much will the savings be to the city with the 50% match? Were you aware of this grant when you proposed the expansion to the water treatment plants? And third item with that one is the savings could be used to provide water to the residents, or it could be used to lower what the residents have to pay for their water. Second item under consent was consent agenda item number 3. Asset number 6147 had a purchase price of $23,000. According to your paperwork, it still shows the estimated price still at $23,000. So I'm not sure if it was a mistake, but it's a handwritten error, possibly. And number 2 with that one was, why did you purchase all the new trucks when these trucks were still in good working order? Just curiosity's sake, I'd like to see if we could address some of that's under consent agenda items, and I'm not sure if I'd have the ability to address that at that time or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Morgan?
Yes, obviously that's coming up in the consent agenda, but I can certainly address those. The question on the seeking authority to apply to the St. Johns River Water Management District cost share program for alternative water sources for next fiscal year. There is a great deal of dollars that the district makes available to local agencies. We do need to expand our South Regional Reverse Osmosis Water Treatment Plant, as you're well aware. And for every dollar that we can achieve from outside sources, that's less stress on the ratepayers and those that pay impact fees that support this otherwise. So my view is that we should be going after all of these grants, and I'm proud and pleased that our utilities department is doing that. And did we know if that was available when we started moving forward with the expansions? And I'm sure we did and do. With respect to item number 3, those 4 vehicles in their current used condition are worth about $11,000 each, which is why we are having the general fund pay the building fund, which is restricted because it is by state statute, we must use the building fund revenues from building permits for that purpose and not for other purpose. So we're required to reimburse, but that's the current fair market value of the 4 vehicles at $11,000 each, which totals the $44,000. I hope that answers the questions.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Ken Delgado.
I'm sorry I got caught by surprise. I didn't know I was so close to speaking. Ken Delgado, 154 Angelo Road, Southeast Palm Bay, and Happy New Year, as was already mentioned. I'd like to just address the fact that change is amazing. Just before elections, Trump after the elections of Trump, we find that everything changes. You know, what once used to be DEI promotion now is like DEI, you're out of here. FBI seems to be doing a turnaround. Zuckerberg, who used to censor people, all of a sudden is a freedom of speech proponent. Out of nowhere, we find peace in Gaza where there was war before, and just by an election, things change. And in the change, we never know whether something's going to be changed later. First is Fred Poppy Park. Now people want to change Fred Poppy Park. But I do want to say that in James chapter 1, it says, every good gift and every perfect gift is from above, comes down from the Father of lights, with whom there is no change, no variation or shadow of turning. Of his own will, he brought us forth by the word of truth, that we might be a kind of first fruits of his creature. God never changes. I don't want to be the one who throws the first stone at somebody when they make a mistake. I like to look at my time in college, and I'm wondering, I wonder if I could have had a record. I wonder if, of the 5 that are up here, if you could have had a record. I like the one that doesn't change, the one that says, Jesus Christ came to forgive. Jesus Christ came to give life. Jesus Christ came to fill the emptiness that are in people's minds and souls and hearts, and that he will never change, in that forgiveness is always extended. There's one person we know will not change, and that's God, and his love for creation, his love for mankind, and his love for the greatest city of the face of the earth, which happens to be Palm Bay. Not that he has favorites, but he just kind of shines here for some reason. I don't know why that is, but I just want everybody to know that God never changes. His love never changes. His forgiveness never stops. His arms are always open wide. As a matter of fact, they're so wide that between the 2 arms that were crucified, every sin that has been named has been forgiven. And he extends a hand of love as he encourages us to meet the Father of lights, the Father of all creation, our Father which is in heaven. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Kelly Columberte.
Kelly Colomberti, 1554 Elmhurst Circle. So I'll have to skedaddle after my comments since I have a commitment on Thursday evenings, but I would be remiss if I did not put my comment on the council's fluoridation vote on the record. I am all for healthy scrutiny when it comes to public health. Fluoride, though, seems to be the latest scapegoat for the anti-science paranoia so prevalent in this era. Let me remind the council that there are decades of studies over entire municipalities that speak to the benefits and safety of fluoridation. The few fact-based documents I've seen discussing the potential risks of fluoride have been egregiously misrepresented, and when discussed, often simplified to a level that distorts and inflates these risks. I was surprised that people came from as far as Merritt Island to prevent fluoridation all the way down here in Palm Bay. I hope our locality is prepared to continue funding the already beleaguered Brevard Health Alliance. I'm sure at a far greater cost than the $30,000 a year mentioned at the fluoride meeting. That was what I believe was mentioned. The cost was per year. Additionally, I consider it strange that so many citizens are fighting for children's cognitive fitness, but seem to have made so little progress in Cocoa, which has one of the most lead-filled water systems in this country. And let me remind you, there is no healthy amount of exposure to lead for children. For fluoride, there are healthy exposure levels in appropriate dosages. When I was a kid, I drank tap water augmented with fluoride. When my mother was pregnant with me, she drank it as well. And let me assure you, I have a painful overabundance of IQ. What I don't have is a county where affordable dental care is easily accessible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judy Trandle.
Judy Trandle, 751 Pebble Beach Avenue Northeast. Well, I'd like to start by saying congratulations to the City Council for being pace setters in eliminating fluoride in the water. The City of Melbourne has followed your lead. Thank you, Councilman Langevin and Councilman Johnson, for bringing it to the agenda. Now I'd like to ask for an opportunity for the council to set another bold example of leadership. Palm Bay has 25,664 vacant single-family residential lots and 464 multifamily lots that are already platted, according to the Brevard County Property Appraiser records. There's plenty of opportunity to support for our local builders and contractors to continue their trade without placing a moratorium on building. It's the outside developers that are coming into our area that are grabbing up our valuable unplatted land and destroying our green spaces and wetlands in the name of affordable housing. They've already ruined the quality of life in places like South Florida and the Everglades. Do you want our city to be just another overcrowded mass of people and concrete without the beauty of our natural surroundings? The people of Florida just passed an amendment to preserving our right to hunt and fish. If we allow mitigation of our wetlands and green space to developers, they will destroy our wildlife habitat. Palm Bay is growing rapidly, and with growth comes responsibility. We are the stewards of God's creation and creatures. Let's choose a path that safeguards our natural resources while building a sustainable, thriving community. Reserve our commercially zoned and unplatted parcels for regional commercial retail that will bring outside money to the city. I'm urging you, Mayor and Council and staff, to prioritize and protect the unplatted parcels for their highest and best use, whether through adopting stricter regulations, eliminating mitigation requests. Oh, I guess I'm out of time.
Thank you.
Anyway, I guess I'll have to bring it up against next time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Stice.
Sure. Good evening. Robert Stice, 1796 Windberg Drive, Southeast. What you're seeing right now in the highlighted area is from Florida Today on January 5th, 2025, where the city deputy manager, Joan Chicala Brown, gave some facts to Palm Bay. I just want to read the beginning of this. Currently, the population of the city is 140,000. That is correct. There are 9,264 housing units within the city that have been approved and are under construction. Another 21,000 units are going to be going through the review process. Let's just stop right there. So that comes out to 30,397 homes that are in queue. Times 2 vehicles is 60,794. Now, when I added the residents, I didn't add the 3.8 residents per home, but we're looking at a population once these houses are built, and another that's going to be between 170,000 and 190,000 residents. So long to our peaceful little city. Okay, the issue is that They're not going to the Fellsmere to work. I know a lot of this is out south. They're still using our antiquated roadways. And we're just dumping people on top of one another. These are just stats. I'm not telling you don't build or whatnot. Is this what we want for our city? I mean, really. We're going to go, when I moved here in 2017, it was 119,000. Just the numbers without adding that 3.8, I had 3, takes you to about 175,000 people. This is what's coming in right now. This could be considerably a dumpster fire, gentlemen. When you look at that, the pressure on the infrastructure. I mean, we already have more crime. Trying to get into a doctor appointment. I was 3 months out to get a procedure done, and that's what's going through the VA. But this is insanity. I'd like everybody to pause and just say, these are just stats that came from your staff and what's in queue right now. So please look at this and read the article. These are the numbers. You can't argue with the numbers. This is not, please don't rezone here, don't rezone there. This is the train that's coming down the track. Look at this and consider it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mark Miller.
All right. Happy New Year, everybody. Mark Miller, 898 Nelson Avenue. It's good to be back in the house with you guys today and to see you up there. Perfect segue, actually, into what I wanted to talk about for the 3 minutes. Long-time resident, short-time participant, right? So been here about 4 or 5 months with the previous board and now with the new board. Seen lots of discussion, lots of approvals of new homes and developments, and I get it. A lot of those have already moved so far down the line that you can't really hardly reject it now. Also heard a lot of complaining and rightfully so about our infrastructure. And I want to specifically talk about roads. I heard a little bit about what we're doing with the water and building additional treatment plants and all of that. I'm there. But I haven't seen or heard, and maybe it's there and I just don't know where. So maybe this is more of a question. I haven't heard any discussion on where is the plan on the roadway infrastructure, an accelerated plan to catch up to the growth that we know is already coming. Is there a timeline of what roads are being developed when and widened when and how do we line up? I haven't heard one discussion from the city council in 5 months, other than agreeing that traffic sucks and it takes a long time to get here from our house. So maybe that exists and not something that would be brought up here. But if there is a group or somebody in the Palm Bay city government that I should be speaking to, I would love to learn more, because I really want to see, and I'm sure many of our residents would want to see, an accelerated infrastructure plan that doesn't keep lagging the growth that we already approved and know is coming. Where's our accelerated infrastructure plan to catch up and then maybe even get a little bit ahead? So if there's any insight anybody can share with me, appreciate it. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Morgan?
Yes, I think the gentleman raises some great questions, but just what I've learned in my month here is we have in engineering design, the widening of the St. John's Heritage Parkway. In addition, some agreements for the future extension of St. John's Heritage Parkway to be built by private parties at no expense to the city. A PD&E study was completed in late December for the future widening of Malabar Road. That's a very large, high-dollar project that will require federal funding to accomplish. So that is some time off. But in my short time here, I have learned that we are working on some of those things, and it may not have been visible at council meetings in the last several months, but those are things that I know of just in my 1 month that we are working on.
So, and also the PD&E study at the Malabar Road I-95 corridor interchange, which is also part of the county and the city and the
Yeah,
state.
there's some
So-
FDOT work that's planned at that interchange. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
That's not ours. That will be
Right.
a Florida Department of Transportation project, but it obviously will benefit Palm Bay residents primarily.
Yeah, but we lobbied extenuantly,
Yes.
very hard. My colleague will remember it took several letters to that Secretary of FDOT. Next speaker.
Christy Reed.
Good evening. My name is Christy Reed. I am from Melbourne, but I am here for BMX. I know y'all are getting tired of seeing me. Well, we had our state series this past weekend. And with that state series, we had 3,280 people at that race for 3 days at an average of $317 per person spent in the community. We have another one going on down there this weekend. It is what we call World Challenge Cup on Friday, then a national on Saturday and Sunday, the national will probably be much bigger. And that is all going to West Palm Beach. That money will sit there. We want a track. We want to bring that money here. We want to bring those people here. I did speak to tourism. I spoke with Terry Parks. He is in charge of grants with sports. He is looking into telling me when a grant can be applied for to build the track. I told him what we were looking to do. He's on board. It's just a matter of what you all say. I know several people, or certain people, don't agree with us having a track. But when you have kids that are homeschooled, USA BMX goes through the county, and those kids get a physical education credit for it. They can come out to the track. USA BMX and the sports foundations and things like this help pay for them to race, help pay for them to learn bicycle safety, which in this time and place, any child under the age of 16 that is not wearing a bicycle helmet cannot get a driver's license if they get pulled over for it and get a ticket. They're done. Most of y'all don't know that. It's like riding a motorcycle. Anyone under 21 without a helmet on, you're toast. Having a BMX track teaches safety, it teaches discipline, it teaches camaraderie. My grandsons were here with us 2 weeks ago. They have friends that live all over the state. We go to a state race, they're out there goofing off together. That's the only time they see each other. They have friends all over the Southeast, actually. But this is something that will bring in the people, will help do things. Thank you all.
Thank you.
We'll see you in 2 weeks.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Susan Conley.
Good evening, Council and staff. I've been coming since 2017 to these meetings, and I've heard over and over resolutions before Council saying, ordinance such and such, amending the city's comprehensive plan future land use map, or ordinance rezoning property located at. I've often wondered, how do things get through planning and the staff reports? How did things come to the P&Z? What do you look at before it comes to council for a recommendation to make these changes? And there's actually several measurements. I'm just going to tell you a few. One is it favorable or unfavorable effect on the city's budget? Well, most people will say, oh, positive, we're going to get more money. I ask, what about the expense to do this development in terms of infrastructure? Another measurement is, does it promote or adversely impact public health, safety, welfare, and aesthetics? It's interesting. How can you even develop answer, does it adversely impact, when at this stage no site plan is available? All developers have to do is give a verbal, this is what the land will be used for. Nothing contractual. Another thing is it consistent with all the elements of the comprehensive plan and established levels of service? Again, no site plan, only verbal. With zoning, do these changes align with the community's current or future need? That's what we have the comprehensive plan for, specifically to plan our future needs. We just spent a lot of money with this comprehensive plan, getting input from citizens. Every change to the comprehensive plan, every change that's voted in is a change to our comprehensive plan. A comprehensive plan, it is overriding, these changes override the will and the wisdom of 140,000 residents who contributed to the comprehensive plan. I have a few recommendations. Let's update the comprehensive plan visually with a map of all the changes that have been made so the citizens can see what is here and now before other decisions are made. Or begin building to when the infrastructure is ready. We've heard that over and over. Approve the plan, but don't begin building until infrastructure is ready. The third thing is, until we stop sewage spills, let's stop building. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Santa Wright.
Hello, Santa Wright again. I just wanted to say, Nancy, great report. I wanted to remind you as well that there's two other chambers in this community as well. It's us, the Florida Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, and Brevard Hispanic Chamber of Commerce as well. And I think that the city should be inclusive of both of our chambers, along with the Palm Bay Chamber, because we all bring the same kind of quality to the community. We are, of course, are not as large as they are, but we definitely have a presence in the state of Florida for us, and specifically here in Palm Bay, because I reside here in Palm Bay. I have a strong presence in Osceola and in Orange County. And I did wanted to remind you that Javier's Chamber is having an event on this weekend, I believe, on Saturday, and Viva Brevard. And even though he might not be here to remind everyone about it, but I'm here to make sure that his event is a successful one, just like I hope he does the same for us and we do the same for her. A lot of the times we don't get included. That was the first part of my speech. The second part is, welcome, Mr. Morgan. We haven't had the pleasure of meeting each other yet. However, it did bring to my attention that now the city is requiring an ID to come into the building if you're going to go to the second floor. That is something that our organization is strongly opposing of it. We don't live in a high crime area, and as far as I know, and this community knows, nothing has happened significantly to change that. And I think that that's going in the wrong direction. And I had talked to Patricia about it because I wanted to find out how this came about. Was it a council thing? Was it, a police department thing? And come to find out it was an administrative thing. So want to find out why that was instituted, because I think that community needs to know, because that's extra expenses for the city, and why we need to continue with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Morgan, did you want to elaborate, take a few minutes on this? Because I know that you briefed us, but I did want to highlight, I don't recall when it was, but there was an instance where we had a breach of security. There was, I don't remember all the details, but there was an incident which caused us to start looking at how do we tighten up security. And that's why now to get into certain offices, you have to be buzzed in. But there was a situation that occurred. I don't recall the details, but to the point of our constituent, she asked about specifically the new policy changes that we just instituted.
Yes, and she is exactly right. That was administrative and not driven by the legislative body, the city council, for good purpose, public purpose of the safety and security of our employees, as well as the safety and security of our systems. We know we're living in times that are different. When I first started in local government 44 years ago, where that was really not attended to. But unfortunately, in 2025, there are people that try to, that would potentially have criminal acts against the city and its representative employees. And so it is, I think, important that administratively we advanced our security. Now, obviously, we do not in any way want to hinder the public's access to their public officials. That's not the intention. That's not what we want. We absolutely want to encourage citizens to come in and in person, in addition to by telephone, by email, by any way, carrier pigeon, however you want to communicate to your public officials. We welcome that and we want that. So in no way is it trying to hinder that people's access to their public officials, but it really is about safety and security and having the ability to ensure that a little bit better is why administratively we put those things in place.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
For that trail.
Good evening, everyone. The mayor, deputy mayor, council members, Happy New Year and Happy New You, because without a new you, there can be a new year. I'm Follett Trail from 805 Dockside Drive. And first and foremost, I want to thank the mayor, deputy mayor, and council members for undertaking a full-time job with a part-time pay, because that's what I was told. I'm a new member, I'm a new resident of Palm Bay, and when I inquired, that's what I was told, that you actually get part-time pay, but you actually do a full-time job. So I want to commend you all for doing that, and your time and dedication is greatly appreciated. With that said, as a new resident of Palm Bay, I noticed, this is my noticing and wondering, I noticed that on Malabar Road, from Jupiter to, I think, Heritage, there's scarcely any street lights. And I think from Jupiter to about, I think it's Bedding Branch or something like that. Bedding Branch Lane, I'm not so familiar with the name. But there's like 2 street lights, which one of the street lights is like, I'm going to say 5% illuminated, and the other is on the south side, and the other is like 20% illuminated. You find there are street lights at Abilene Drive and one at, I think it's Bending Branch. Other than that, everywhere else is pitch black. So my question is, in order to promote, who's responsible for installing street lights on major roads, and how, in order to promote, I'm going to say, in order to promote road safety, when can we get some street lights in order to promote road safety? Because like driving late at night, it's like most of the street there is pitch black. Other than like I know to maybe, I'm going to say the Dollar Tree, those buildings kind of illuminate the streets, But other than that, going west of Malabar from Jupiter, there's no lights. So who is responsible, and how can we get some street lights in order to promote road safety? Thank you.
Thank you.
So am I going to get that
Mayor,
answer?
Well, we can.
no, I just wanted to bring it up too because former Deputy Mayor Felix, this was something he was pushing for 4 years, and we only got like 30 streetlights in 4 years, and he was pushing it. So,
But to that argument, that there was a plan, right? There was a plan. So I think that the best scenario of this conversation would be, where are we with that plan? There were some itemized actions that were supposed to take place, and the city manager was working towards that at the direction of council. So I don't know if Scott is prepared to respond to that, because he's just come
getting
in
in, yeah,
on an interim basis.
yeah.
But these are questions. If we could take the constituents' name down and make sure that we communicate those plans, because we were executing some of those street lights, and it was a strategic plan. The least resistance is what we were looking at. Lines that were already available that we could increase. Now, that being said, I don't know if it was specifically to what the constituent was requesting, those street lights, but there is a plan in place. So we'd like to get a status update with that if you
I can do that, but just a little bit of context. Several years ago, when Suhan was the city manager, and the city was going through a downturn in the economy, and dollars were difficult just for basic services. There, at least she inquired to me as the manager of the city next door about just paying the energy bill for streetlights, because there was at least some internal in the management discussion about de-energizing what we have, just because the budget was so tight in a bad economic, because anything that the city has is an obligation to pay the Florida Power and Light bill, and they have increased their rates since then. In my time in West Melbourne, the rates were increased, so it's not just a one-time cost thing; it's an annual cost thing. And obviously, for the roads that are this city of Palm Bay's, then that's about priority setting, about roadway widening and traffic signals and so forth. For those that are the counties, that's the county's responsibility. For those that are the states, it's the state's responsibility. But I can certainly go back and look and see what our history might have been. But it's like a lot of things. It's a budget priority thing. The council has to make hard decisions about what the priorities are, even within our allocation of gas taxes. Is it improving roads for traffic as opposed to lighting? And those are the hard kind of decisions that the full-time council that makes part-time wages have to struggle with.
And part of that argument, though, sir, is if we could just get that status update to
Yes,
see
we can do that,
what occurred,
for certain.
And then we could, enlighten the rest of council, and then we could take it from there. But there's a little bit of history there after Suhan. I do remember those years, sir.
Can we also get a scope on what the new expansion lighting is going to provide for that as well?
So there was a plan. So if he just lets us know what that was, I think that's a step in the right direction, and then we could take it from that point instead of trying to expand it. All right, next speaker.
Dawn Batar.
Good evening, gentlemen. Nice to see you all yet again. I'm here to talk about a sign for the Rotary Club of Palm Bay here in our city. Now, I have called and I have come in and I have requested for this item for our city, for our club. Now, we're not expecting the city to pay for this, but we want a sign. We've been in this city for 48 plus years. We do the Student Awards Banquet. We do holiday meals for Thanksgiving and Christmas. We do Josh the Baby Otter Water Safety Program for our schools here. We need a sign to acknowledge that we exist here in this city as part of the city's community. I'd like somebody to get back to me about how we're going to facilitate this, and we'd like more than one. This is a huge city. I'd love a sign on Malabar and Babcock and Minton and Palm Bay Road. We are a huge club. We serve a large community, and we should be regarded, okay, with a sign. I see one for the Indy Atlantic Club in Indy Atlantic. I see the sign in Rockledge. I'm not sure why we don't have one here. So I am the spokesperson for our club, and I am interested to understand how we facilitate this.
Yeah, I'm interested to understand, is it a directional sign that do you have a brick and mortar that you want a directional sign to, or are you talking about?
So usually there's a sign that shows the Rotary symbol, okay, and it just identifies that the club's part of the city, and it will usually indicate the meeting space, you know, whether it's Tuesday, 5:30, Broken Barrel. That's where we meet, okay? Let's say we move, then usually there's the Rotary sign, okay, the symbol, and then usually there's a second directional underneath that gives the specifics of meeting date and location and time, and that's it.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Pat Dalbro.
I'm sorry. Is somebody going to get back to me about this?
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Butch Oren.
Mr. Morgan, if we could just figure out exactly, I'm not sure if it's like some signs are KBB and they take care of that corridor. Carry on, sir.
Butch Oran, 219 Trenton Avenue. First, I'd like to say thanks to whoever put the pedestrian crossing signs out here at Minton. There's a sign out there now that says 800 feet pedestrian crossing, but there's no crosswalk. It's just a sign. And like other signs throughout the city, we just look at them, keep right on it going. So if we get a priority on the crosswalk itself, and it's at the Library Bridge, or maybe down from the bridge itself. I'd like to see a flashing sign, but I know that's not going to happen yet. The other thing, other folks kind of stole my thunder about roads. I'm wondering where we're at on the road plan that are major roads such as Jupiter, Malabar are not repaved yet. And then the
infrastructure.
The infrastructure.
The road,
yes, sir.
Go roads.
That's exactly. Go roads. I couldn't remember what it was called. And then the feeder roads also. I mean, we got a beautiful road going down to Groot to Bayside Lakes, but head towards San Filippo and the road goes to crap. Excuse my French, but that's what it is. So I'd like to see where we're at on the plan that was approved. It's supposed to be a 5-year plan. I understand COVID. COVID's been over now. We got to get over that. I see no roads being repaved anywhere in the city. So either they've run out of funds or they're just not working. I don't know which one it is. If I could get an update on that, would appreciate it.
Yes, sir. I think that's, and I mentioned a little bit at the last meeting regarding our Go Roads program. So I'd like can we call a staff member?
Sure. Real quickly, I do know we are out for competitive construction bids right now on the next phase. So that's why there's no work being done right now. We need to get competitive bids for the next segment, and that will be coming to the council once we open bids, and then the council awards the bids, and then the contractor can start work. So Public Works can give more detail, but we are out for seeking competitive bids for the next segment, which I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, includes the area that was discussed right here. So maybe Valentino Perez can come up here and
Yeah, I think that's
confirm I think one of the sections that was mentioned is one that's in this that's out to bid right now.
Okay.
Thank you,
And,
Butch.
and the other thing is the potholes that they repair, the one they fixed on San Filippo, it's worse than it was before. Now it's like a freaking washboard. Excuse me.
Okay.
It's like a washboard.
Okay. Well,
So
we'll have Valentino make a note of that.
right, thank you. And
is that all?
That's all. Go Notre Dame.
On Monday. Go Irish, huh?
Good evening, Council.
Yes,
I can certainly follow up Butch with staff, but like Mr. Morgan said, we're going out to a competitive bid on those jobs. But currently, we're finishing up Country Club 1 through 10. That's wrapping up. So we've been out there paving. Now this is the next slew of roads that we're gonna go out to bid now.
Yeah. So while I have you, I'd like to ask you a question. I'm not sure how long you'll be around right at this point, but some of the corridors, I remember Jupiter for one, right? They were just recently done, and I know I've shared this, but that's the only one that's coming to mind right now. And I know that the Go Roads program has some type of warranty on these. So I don't know if the base was inadequate, but it seems like it should be smoother for a longer period of time, in my opinion. And I'm a novice at any road repairs. So have those been identified? Do we know those as we travel the city and look at all the workmanship?
Yeah, that's a good question. I know exactly the area you're bringing up. I actually drove it with Mr. Morgan. So those have been identified. We actually have it at the procurement level now, not just that section, but a contract in place for remediating some of these, which are like 3 years old in some cases. So those are being addressed.
Okay. I really think that 3 years is insufficient for them to be at that caliber. Again, in my opinion, I'm a novice at this, but I really feel those roads should be lasting a lot longer before they start appearing that way. And that's where I want to peel back that onion. Perhaps we could have a workshop and look at citywide, where are we with that, and can we hold some of these contractors accountable to that? So those are my thoughts, Mr. Morgan.
Maybe I can respond to that last comment, Mayor. Again, as our Public Works Director indicated, that work that you pointed out correctly is starting to fail because of the base. You exactly had that right. The contractor put down what the city specified. So I think if there's a fault in that, it's not of the contractors, it's really of our own making by specifying a application that in those particular locations didn't last. And so that's why we're going back out to do that. But I think at this point, trying to go back to the contractor after 3 years when they did what we specified and was inspected at the time, that's not going to be very fruitful. It's really ours, and we need to do those repairs.
No, I agree with that, Mr. Morgan. Then that means there's a bigger problem there, right? So that we need to start looking with a wider lens on those things. But Councilman Johnson wanted to weigh in on something.
Yeah, no, I had similar questions, Mayor, but Mr. Morgan answered a majority of it. But what do we have in place to prevent this? We said we're going out for bid now. Is everything in place to prevent this from happening?
Those applications for each roadway have been specified. We could certainly. We want to get the bid because, as the citizen indicated, we need to do that work. The voters voted to tax themselves for this. We owe that to them to do the work. But if we see with a new set of eyes some applications that need to be changed, these are all unit cost items. We can do field changes if we see that there's a place where maybe we said, let's just put 2 1-inch lifts of asphalt over existing, and we believe we need to do reclamation work there that gets into the base and reworks the base in that location, particularly on those higher traveled corridors. And so, correct me if I'm wrong, that there's where we started the Christmas parade. Remind me the name of that fairly significant street.
San Filippo?
San Filippo. That, I believe, is included in this. Am I correct about that? So I'm okay. I'm learning as fast as I can, but that should absolutely be full depth reclamation there, and I will validate that with our bid package. But having just seen that night, and that's a heavily traveled area, there's a lot of heavier truck traffic that goes to those commercial businesses and over to the college. I will validate that, but I will bet a nickel that that's our application in that.
Okay.
Without knowing.
Then I have one more thing for the city attorney. Then, Mrs. Smith, a few years back, Councilman Bailey first, and then myself brought up looking into or having outside counsel look into the road bond. Do you recall, ma'am?
Well, it wasn't outside
Well,
counsel.
not outside. You're
It
right.
was an outside engineer. At that time, Councilman Bailey wanted the outside engineer to be procured by legal, as opposed to just relying upon the city manager's office to have someone review their own work. And that was done.
And I remember we did have a report. Was it 2022 or I'm trying to remember the year.
I'm not certain. Sounds about right, but I'm not certain.
Okay.
But yes.
No, I'm just trying to understand. I would have to find that the report again. I'm sure I can get it from Ms. Therese, but that yielded some information as well. I wanted your opinion if you feel we should be going down that route again, or at this point we just need to tighten up and move forward.
No, I think some of the issues that were occurring, while maybe not knowing the specifics, Mr. Morgan is on board as far as making sure that we evaluate our specifications using outside engineering. A lot of the things were done in-house, and it was at a time where we had one person that was pretty much overloaded, and there wasn't enough checks and balances where, somebody from outside was reviewing their work. We did start implementing where some of the things went outside, but sometimes when you have someone that has a little too much on their plate, things are moving quickly, mistakes happen. But ultimately, if the mistakes in the specification and we did the specification, it ends up on us.
That concludes.
Thank you. That concludes.
All right, thank you.
I just have one.
Yes, sir.
Are we seeing these issues with all contractors or just with one contractor in one phase?
To be honest with you, Councilman Hammer, I think what's been mentioned here is more a due diligence up front to evaluate the condition of the road before a decision is made to either mill and pave or full depth reclamation. Yeah. In the event of Jupiter, I've asked around, it was before my time, would have been an FDR job, not a mill and pave. So that's what, just to give you guys a little bit of comfort, I've given directions to staff, and that'll continue, is additional coring, analyzing the specifications before determination is made of what needs to be put down on this road or the roads.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You got it. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Thank you. Next speaker.
That concludes the speakers.
All right. So we are now on consent. Council.
Mayor, just before, because Valentino Perez is leaving our organization, I thought since this was his last council meeting and that was perhaps the last time he'll address the council, just to express our appreciation for what he's accomplished with this city, both previously as our building official, but more recently as our public works director. I think he's really helped the team grow. So I just did want to express our staff's appreciation. He's moving on to bigger and better things, but did want to offer that at this time.
Yeah, I was definitely going to touch on that during my reports.
Great. Sorry,
but I don't know
took
if
your thunder.
Is he going to be here that long, or are you going to release him before?
Yeah,
we get to that?
his last day is tomorrow.
Okay, so I was going to bring up his service and his dedicated service, but we're now on consent. Council?
So moved.
Second.
I got a motion for the consent agenda by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Johnson. Any discussion, gentlemen? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. We're now on public hearings.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, ma'am. Oh,
That-
as you were. Carry on.
Resolution 2025-01. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, authorizing the delegation of authority to the city manager to act as a certifying official, having legal capacity to carry out the responsibilities for all housing and urban development grants, to execute any necessary documents and certifications needed by U.S. Housing and Urban Development, HUD, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. We are now on public hearings. Item number 1, Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2025-01, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Title 5, Legislative, Chapter 52, Boards, Subchapter, Youth Advisory Board, by repealing the subchapter in its entirety, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for deletion from the City of Palm Bay Code of Ordinances, providing for a severability clause, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing, and Mr. Morgan.
Yes, this follows a previous direction from the City Council in ordinance form.
Final reading. Any questions, council?
I had a question.
Yes, sir.
Just curious, the first reading was consent and the final reading is public hearing. Is that question for the attorney? Is that typical?
Yes, all ordinances for final reading require a public hearing.
Okay.
Any other questions?
We never discussed it one first, really, because it was on consent. So.
Any other questions?
Nope.
No, sir.
I think the question is, should we consider having the hearing at first reading and then at second reading on consent? And that I think is your
for
question.
this particular item, it did not require a public hearing for the first reading. That could be placed under new business in the future on future items like this, but the first hearing did not require a public hearing.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing, asking for a motion.
I make a motion to pass the ordinance.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Langevin, seconded by Councilman Johnson. Any further discussion, gentlemen? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes 5-0. We're now on item number 2, Ms. Smith.
Ordinance 2025-02, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, vacating and abandoning a portion of road rights-of-way known as Valdez Avenue and Towson Avenue, lying between Underhill Avenue and Babcock Street and south of Foundation Park Boulevard. Platted Jaslow Street as recorded, Port Malabar Unit 15, Plat Book 15, pages 72 through 79, an unnamed 25-foot half right-of-way lying between Underhill Avenue and Babcock Street, as recorded in Port Malabar Unit 56, Plat Book 30, pages 60 through 67, both of the public records of Brevard County, Florida, and legally described herein, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing. Ask Mr. Morgan.
Yes, this is a request for a vacation of an unneeded road right-of-way in a couple locations off of Foundation Park Boulevard Southeast. As indicated in your staff report, it's a kind of a greenfield site. It's never been used as a road, contacted, and there's no reason from staff perspective that the council could not move forward with this vacation.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Council, any questions? I'm looking down range. No questions. Yes, sir. Well,
Is this decision holding up a actual industry from coming in?
Mr. Morgan?
I see Lisa Frazier nodding up and down. Maybe if you'd like to have her come forward and...
No, I'm good. Bring me business.
You good? Okay. Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? You want to speak? Okay.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Hi, Bruce Moya with MBB Engineering, representing Ms. Cram, who's in the audience, who's made this request. I don't really have anything to say. I haven't spoken in front of this council since it's changed, and just great to see Mr. Morgan up there again in a different capacity, but pretty much doing the same thing with all the knowledge he has that he brings from West Melbourne, and to congratulate you and your position and everybody else for winning your council seats. But this is basically what this is. There's two small pieces of right-of-way that are between her property and Foundation Parkway. When the plat was vacated, these right-of-ways were not, and so we're just kind of cleaning it up and vacating these unused right-of-ways.
Thank you. Any questions? Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing, asking for a motion.
So moved.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Councilman Langevin. Councilman Langevin, any comments? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. We're now on item number 3. Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2025-03. An ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the 2045 Comprehensive Plan to change the future land use map designation from commercial use, COM, to industrial use, IND, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for an effective date.
I'm going to open up the public hearing and again defer to Mr. Morgan.
Yes, I'd like to call up our Growth Management Director, Lisa Frazier, for a very short overview.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Frazier.
Good evening, Council. As you see on the slide, Ordinance 2025-3 is in regard to project number CP 24-00012, known as EYP Holdings Business Park. They are requesting a small-scale comprehensive plan, future land use map amendment from commercial to industrial. The property is surrounded by commercial and industrial land uses, so this is an appropriate request. The property is approximately 2.14 acres and is vacant land located at the northeast corner of Claremont Street Northeast and Franklin Drive Northeast. Do I have control, sir? Wonderful. So please note the location of the property. It is again surrounded by many businesses. You see L3 Harris right across the street. The applicant is requesting again this small scale comprehensive plan amendment from commercial to industrial to allow for an industrial flex space development to be called EYP Holdings Business Park. This is a conceptual plan. Please again note that we are only approving the land use and the zoning changes, but I always believe that it is nice to see what might be proposed there. This is a typically the industrial land use classification is to create areas accommodating industrial activity and other significant employment generating uses. Typical uses shall include manufacturing, warehousing, research and development, and other similar uses, as well as institutional activities. The applicant is here this evening to present to you. Thank you.
Okay, I guess that's part of the presentation. Is the applicant stepping forward? Please come forward, ma'am.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kelly Delmonico. I'm here on behalf of the property owner, who is EYP Holdings. Is my presentation available by chance? The property owner did recently purchase this property last year from Brevard County. It's a surplus property. Brevard County also has the retention pond that's to the east. So yeah, Brevard County owns the pond to the east. My client owns the property in the red now, surplus property. And what he's hoping to do by changing this from commercial to industrial, both the future land use and the zoning, is so it can support flex warehouse. A flex warehouse, that type of building is allowed in commercial, but it's the uses that we're concerned with. So in order for him to be able to construct something that can support the surrounding industrial uses like the L3 Harris and the other businesses in the area, they will need to be able to support things like contractors, fabrication, assembly, electronic assembly, which is necessary in the LI Light Industrial Zoning District. We did hold a community meeting. Nobody showed up. I did not really expect that to happen since it's all business in the area and they're used to industrial. Our requests are consistent with the comprehensive plan and furthers the goals of supporting industrial uses and employment centers. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Ma'am, do you have an idea of how many jobs this would create?
Let me show you. Oh, this is what I forgot to show you. This is just a rendering that he had done of what he would like each of the buildings to look like. So it has the roll-up door in the front for each unit, and there's a small office with the storefront glass doors. I am not certain how many jobs this would create. It depends what type of businesses occupy the space. Because it has the roll-up door and it's just really a blank page inside, people can use that for different things, whether it be storage for their building, which would be a low employment generator, or it could be somewhere that has employees that are supporting the other industrial uses. They could be fabricating, they could be doing electronic assembly. So it really just depends what type of users come in here. There would be opportunity for also, you don't have to just have one unit, you can aggregate the units and create larger spaces. So it would be supportive of several different variations of small and medium business.
It doesn't indicate how many units, proposed units in those 2 acres.
Correct. The plan that Ms. Fraser showed you before, that was not designed by an engineer. So I don't know that we're going to get 4 buildings. It might only be 3 buildings. So we don't know at this time how many units will come up from that.
But predominantly it's going to be manufacturing is what.
Yes, that would
what
be
I'm
the
hearing.
hope.
Yeah, that would be my hope.
Yes.
That
And
is-
the site, it depends on how much stormwater and how much parking we need on the site. Those will be the limiting factors to how many buildings will be able to be constructed.
So the goal is to give these business opportunities for subcontractors of Harris, L3 Harris.
And
those-
others.
And others.
Yes.
Understood.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. Thank you, ma'am. Any questions, council?
Upon approval, have you got like a date that you guys are aiming if this gets approved tonight?
If it gets approved tonight, they would start money. They would start spending money on the actual site plan itself.
Immediately.
Yes.
Any other questions, gentlemen? Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Yes, sir. Step right up. Master Chief Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. I don't exactly remember how long ago as we completed the comprehensive plan 2 years ago, what that expense was that we did for that, for the massive change we did, because we kept hearing, well, the reason we're having all these problems is because the comprehensive plan isn't up to date. Well, we just updated the comprehensive plan at a massive expense, and what I'm looking right down here is we have a comprehensive plan in the business district. Why we have to change the comprehensive plan? So did we waste our money, or is just going to be the routine of how we conduct our business? That was 2 years ago. I think that we completed that. Now that being said, this is just a change from commercial to industrial, which still keeps it in the same same ideal of businesses. The one thing I'm in favor of this doing is that it will potentially give an increase to our tax revenue. But remember, there's nothing that's even been proposed here with this change. There's an idea, an image only. Nothing, not one single thing is being presented here that we can bank on. Not one thing, but yet we're changing our comprehensive plan. I'm just trying to keep that in mind here because it's going to come into play when we get ready to change here for the public hearing number 4, where we'll see how the residents are the ones that got shafted when we made these simple changes by starting with the comp plan and then rechanging the zoning without a real identity of what we are changing it for. That being said, this has the potential to generate tax revenue coming into the city, but we have no guarantees and we're making changes without guarantees. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing, asking for a motion.
I'll make a motion, Mayor.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Landrigan, seconded by Councilman Johnson. Gentlemen?
Yeah, so when all of us were campaigning, and I think I could probably speak for everyone on the council, we said we want to bring good jobs into this community, and I know me and you, Mayor, both harped on light industrial manufacturing, and that's exactly what this is. And we're going to continue to move, but this is a great, we're on the Space Coast, right? So one small step in the right direction. So kind of to Mr. Batten's point, I am a big fan of a plan. And trying our best to move in that direction. But at the same time, we do have to have flexibility with that plan because we as the government do not have the right answer. And if we lock a plan in that can never be changed as the government with a lot of wrong answers, I think, then that's just not going to be good for the city. So we have to have some flexibility in our plan so that when residents come with great idea, we can have some flexibility in that plan and we can say, hey, that's a great idea. We need to move forward with that. I think this is a great idea. I'm really excited that we're moving in this direction. But the Bill Batten does bring some good points up that we should have a solid plan that is a good framework, and we should try to stay within that framework as much as possible.
Thank you. Councilman Johnson? Okay. Deputy Mayor?
No discussion.
Okay. I've got a motion by Councilman Landrigan, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. Madam Smith.
Yes, the following item is quasi-judicial nature. Public hearing agenda item number 4. Any person who wishes to testify on such a matter must sign a speaker card which contains a sworn oath to tell the truth. Any speaker may be subject to cross-examination by the council or any other interested party. Attorneys who are appearing on behalf of a party and not providing testimonial evidence are not considered witnesses and need not be sworn. Any individual addressing the council must state his or her name and confirm that a speaker card has been signed. The order of this proceeding will be as follows. First, staff will make its presentation, followed by the applicant, then any other interested party. The applicant will be allowed concluding remarks. The hearing will then be closed and no additional testimony or argument will be allowed. Council will deliberate in public. At the end of deliberation, a council member will make a motion on the application to bring the matter to a vote. Every council member is then free to vote in favor or against the motion. At this time, I'm asking that each council member disclose any ex parte communication by disclosing the subject matter of the communication and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor?
Yes?
Can we disclose, was there any ex parte communication?
No, ma'am.
Not for me.
Ma'am, I've never met this young lady. Don't know anything about this until today. Or
Yes, sir. I just know that sometimes we're not disclosing, and I want to make sure that we disclose and we appropriately protect our record. So if there's no disclosures from any of the council?
Well, ma'am, to your point, if I may, 4 years ago, you recommended that we don't have any contact with anyone that's coming before our council in a quasi-judicial proceedings. And I have taken that to heart, and I have not met with anyone that has, I have voted based on the merits of the project, and I haven't met with anyone unless it was a land development change or an annexation is what I've met with. But yes, ma'am, I've taken your counsel to heart, and I haven't budged from that in 4 years.
I know and I exchange and appreciate that, but I know others have taken other positions. So I just want to make sure that because you can have contact, we just have to disclose.
Yes, ma'am.
Ordinance 2025-04, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the zoning ordinance of the City of Palm Bay by changing the zoning of property from CC, Community Commercial District, to LI, Light Industrial and Warehousing District, which property is located at the northeast corner of Clearmont Street and Franklin Drive, and legally described herein, providing for a change of the zoning map, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. I'm going to open up the public hearing and ask the applicant to present or Mr. Morgan, did you want?
Yes, perhaps Lisa Frazier can
We'll
provide a very brief overview.
Okay.
So for the next hour, no, I'm good evening, Council.
If you were my pastor, I'd probably believe you.
I'm sorry. Ordinance 2025-04 is in regard to CPZ 24-00008 EYP Holding Business Park. This is the rezoning of the project that we just agreed we could change the land use to become compliant with. So as you see in the graphic to the right, the zoning currently being CC is surrounded by CC zoning and industrial zoning, so it is compatible. This change request from community commercial to light industrial and warehouse district. The applicant is requesting this again to provide, have the potential purchaser of the property to build flex space for light industrial uses that support surrounding existing industrial businesses. And the applicant is here. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I am still here. I came back in after I realized I shouldn't have left after the first item. I have nothing to add, and I'm happy to answer questions. We really do believe that this is consistent and compatible with the industrial future land use.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Just stand fast until any other questions? Any questions? So I'm going to open it up for the public. I'll see if we have speaker cards, and then you'll have an opportunity to come back and speak if someone speaks on the project.
Great, okay. Thank you.
Bill Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. This is a zoning change. You know, I want trying to keep in your mindset. Remember, once you change the zoning, it is almost impossible to deny any development that is in that zoning classification. Once you make that change, now we've experienced this because we've had this where it's like, oh, well, we changed the zoning from rural residential to a higher density population. We've seen the result because they changed the zoning. So, but once that zoning change occurs, anything that's legal within that zoning, you have to kind of approve. Well, I don't want another warehouse in my light industrial by the L3 Harris, but they could do that. They could, because you change the zoning for what you change the zoning to without having an idea or something of what's going to happen. Once the zoning is changed, it's there, and it's very hard to deny. And as you've experienced, it's very hard to deny once they're meeting the legal criteria of what they want to bring in. That being said, it has the potential to do great for us in this area, but it also has the potential to be bad. That's why you guys get paid the big bucks. Maybe.
Councilman Johnson?
Based off what he just said, I have a question. Mr. Morgan for Mrs. Frazier.
Please.
So as you're coming up, ma'am, he brings a great, valid point. If this were to be rezoned, technically, could it be a self-storage based with the rezoning?
Self-storage is allowed in commercial. Oh, sir, I'd have to go back to our
Yeah, I couldn't remember if we changed. I could have sworn we changed where it could be allowed in light industrial or...
I can look right now.
Yes, ma'am.
If you don't mind.
Yes, ma'am.
And
if you could
take other questions.
Okay.
At that point. Okay.
Thank you. Yep.
Carry on, man. Next speaker.
Robert Stice.
Robert Stice, 1796 Windbrook Drive, Southeast. Just a couple questions, and I'll give up some of my time. Maybe I can get some responses to this. What is our criteria when we change the comprehensive plan to another zoning bucket? I mean, does impact fees have to do with that? I mean, I really like to know what those buckets are. For instance, if there is a larger piece of land that's zoned at one particular bucket, say the majors, zoned for 5-acre lots, what is that criteria to just switch that? And and to me, this rezoning, I'm not just talking specifically this particular case, but it's the only free time I get here. What's the criteria for going from commercial to industrial to residential? And we just seem to do it if it seems to make sense and be damned with the comprehensive plan. I mean, maybe somebody could explain to me just what I thought the comprehensive plan was an item to, or marching orders. I'll just use it as that. But we seem to be just taking it and putting it in different spots as we see fit. Can somebody on the board here help me understand that in the time that I have left? Thank you.
Well, Miss Lisa, you might want to explain to him, because we're already in that process, and we just went through that process. So if you could just break that down to the young man.
I just got a new speaker card.
Okay. We have an additional speaker.
Ken Delgado.
Ken Delgado, 154 Angelo Road, Southeast. Just to tag on Bill Batten just for a minute, I'm not impugning any suggestion in reference to this one in particular, but as it was said, we're presenting an idea, but nothing concrete. We're going on the goodwill of the person who is presenting it, but then again, we had someone buy a golf course and then wants to turn it into a housing. Should there be a method where when someone wants to change a zoning, that they have on hand the plans before they request the zoning change? Is that financially not right, or is there a way to make sure that when they want a zoning change, they already have something legal that says, and it will be used for this and this, where there's a contingency that says if they decide not to do what they said they were going to do, then the change has been revoked in the contract, so that we have an assurity of that when someone's coming with goodwill, that they will actually have goodwill when they proceed. Not that this is happening on this case, but future cases, we never know who is the person who's actually doing what they're doing. Not everything that shines is gold. So just a thought and a question as we tag on to that same issue.
Well, thank you. Ms. Frazier?
Would you like me to answer that question, or Commissioner or Councilman Johnson's?
Councilman Johnson's first, and then the next.
There you go, sir. Councilman Johnson, self-storage units, as you know, are allowed as conditional uses in commercial zones, such as CC. Under industrial, light and heavy, it's permitted. So those are permitted uses.
So it wouldn't have to be a conditional use.
Correct.
So that's what I was looking for. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Mel.
Of course.
So that is of a concern, unless we can get it on record, or I don't know what the city attorney feels will be appropriate, because I would like to make sure it is what is being shown and it's not deviated. Or sometimes another topic I was going to bring up with council reports is the change of ownership. That's another thing to consider as well. So do you have an opinion, Madam Attorney? Or
So for the zoning, you can change the zoning and add a condition that would prohibit one of the permissible uses. So for in this example, you could change the zoning to light industrial and it specifically exclude
Storage facility.
self-storage, or you could have a provision that said, even though normally, for people that already have, that buy light industrial and want to build light industrial, they have it as a right. But since we're amending yours, we'll allow you to have light industrial. Somebody later on wants to come and do self-storage, they have to come as a conditional use. You could either specify that they would have to come back as a conditional use, or you could just deny it outright. But what you may want to do as far as flexibility for what may happen in the future, you may not want it now. It's like, that's not where we want to go. If somehow somebody comes in and wants to change it to self-storage, we want that person to be able to come in because we're only granting this zoning for these certain uses. Yes, you have the ability to do that.
Okay. Thank you.
Which is why I always tell you I prefer the restrictions in the zoning as opposed to the comprehensive plan.
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Madam Attorney. Thank you, Ms. Frazier.
Lisa.
Yes, sir.
Ken Delgado's question.
About,
do you recall?
Not specifically. I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
He was referring to
being
for
specific.
Being specific.
And I
to
think
the same
we just
point.
solved it.
Yeah, I think we did just solve it.
Exactly, and I thank you. If I recall his question, it was, how can we make these changes and how can we put policies? And if I just may say about land use is that when we update land comprehensive plans, it's not about necessarily taking the future land use map and making those changes. A lot of that can be a takings and, reducing people's values of their property. So that's not what the update of a comprehensive plan is about. It is about setting our goals and policies and objectives for the city for the long range. And there are policies and goals in the land use, the comprehensive plan, which establishes how and where we should change our land use. I just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
I think his question was, can we require permitting upon the point of making this change? And I don't think we can do that, but.
No, sir, I do not believe so. But back to Patricia's response, that would be my recommendation, that you put conditions on a rezoning such as that.
Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, you got to keep it broad in a sense to give that flexibility that Councilman Langevin was eloquently stated. So thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Was that the last speaker, ma'am? Or sir?
Yeah.
All right, ma'am.
I'm attempting to communicate with the property owner.
So I think there's a few members on this dais that would want to allow that light industrial, right? But we would not want the storage facility component as a permitted use. If you picked up on what our city attorney was talking about. So we would say manufacturing, yay, thumbs up, all that job creation, but the storage facility component, we're not. I think there's a number of us on this council that wouldn't agree with a storage facility there or self-storage. Let me be specific in that self-storage, because you'll have to store your product and manufacturing products. So what are your thoughts to that, ma'am?
Sure. I reached out to the property owner who got in touch with his partner. They both own the property together, and they did say they would be okay with restricting it to no self-storage. They've never even brought that up as a desire to me. They're very interested in flex warehousing. So that's what they do.
Well, thank you, ma'am. And thank you, Councilman Johnson. Thank you.
That was Mr. Batten on that one.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Attorney. So our motion would probably say, with the exception of a self-storage facility.
Sure. Yep, that would make sense. And could I just put something into the record too?
Sure.
Just for that. So we're talking about changing the comprehensive plan map here from, we've already done that. We have our first reading, of course, from industrial to commercial. And that's really a living and breathing document. It's intended to be amended as things change over time with the framework that is set up within the comprehensive plan.
From commercial to light industrial.
Yes.
Okay. I thought I heard you say it the
Sorry,
other
did
way
I
around.
say that backwards?
Yes, ma'am.
I
At
already
least
tried to leave once tonight. I don't know what's happening anymore. I'm okay. I'm okay. But there is framework set up in the comprehensive plan to do things like that. Things that are compatible with the comprehensive plan. So, for example, it's one of the objective states is to expand, protect, and promote the city's industrial market. And another policy states identify opportunities to capitalize on the existing defense contracting industry cluster found in South Brevard. So there's a lot of things in the comprehensive plan to support a change like this, especially where you see so much purple around it, which is the industrial zoning, the industrial future land use.
understood. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
So I need a motion.
So moved with the exclusion of self-storage.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Councilman Hammer. Any discussion, gentlemen?
Yeah, I'll go ahead. I just want to go a little bit more because I said something and then we had three public speakers that I feel like came up and asked exactly what I just said. So just to kind of reemphasize and say it in a different way, living in a free country, we're not kings sitting up here on the dais. We're elected to kind of do our best to manage the city and kind of organize it in a certain way. But at the same time, our residents and our business owners have property rights that we have to respect. And so there is a very delicate balance between us being able to just restrict what we want to restrict and also working with the residents and the business owners and respecting their property rights. I like to err as much as possible on the side of property rights. And so I hope that just kind of answers some of the questions from the public speakers. But I do think it was a good point that ended up being brought up about the self-storage, and I'm a yes vote on it.
So I've got are we done with
Yep.
comments?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Councilman Hammer. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. We are now on item number 5. Madam Smith?
Ordinance 2025-05, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending Ordinance 2024-33, which created Title 17 Land Development Code by modifying provisions within Chapter 172 Development Review Procedures and Chapter 173 Zoning, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for inclusion in the City of Palm Bay Code of Ordinances, providing for a severability clause, providing for an effective date.
I'm going to open up the public hearing and defer to Mr. Morgan.
Yes, Mayor, members of the council, our Growth Management Director, Lisa Frazier, will be here. I would note that the applicant in this case is the City of Palm Bay. We are the applicant for this proposed text amendment to the Land Development Code.
Good evening. So ordinance 2025-05 pertains to a textual amendment by modifying provisions within Chapter 172 Development Review Procedures and Chapter 173 Zoning of our Land Development Code. On September 19th, 2024, ordinance 2024-33 was adopted, providing for a textual amendment, basically adopting our updated land development code into compliance with the City of Palm Bay Comprehensive Plan. After the adoption of the new land development code, minor discrepancies were discovered in the code language. After we've used it for 3 months, we have been discovering items that may not be working as well, or discrepancies that we didn't agree should be put in there. In this instance, we identified these discrepancies, which is before you tonight, and in an explanation of them, the footnote in Table 173-2 was an addition that should not have been in there, and an omission of a specified permitted use in Table 173-3 unintentionally created nonconformities in our existing developed properties. These Scrivener's errors must be corrected to ensure that the Land Development Code is restored and is in alignment with the comprehensive plan. The omission of the Citizens Participation Plan meetings from Table 172-1 diminishes the clarity provided to applicants when considering development within the city of Palm Bay. The textual amendment presented will provide the existing affected properties relief from nonconformance, will ensure that each table of uses accurately illustrates its corresponding code section, and will reflect proper application procedures. And I'm here to.
Council, any questions? Seeing none, thank you, ma'am. Anyone wish to speak for or against this item, please step forward. Master Chief. Anyone else after Master Chief?
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. I have two items I'd like to address on this one. As I was going through the packet, I understand Mrs. Frazier hit it right on the head that we're constantly preparing multiple documents and things don't always jive together, and this is how we go about correcting them. So when I was looking at Exhibit A of 172, it's called the zoning map amendment. But if it's city initiated, which would be citywide, there was no citizen participation plan. And so that kind of freaked me out, meaning that we could change a zoning citywide without a citizen participation plan. But yet if you have a PUD, a planned unit development, you have to have a citizen participation plan. Citywide, no action by the citizens. Small action requires citizens participation. So I thought that one was kind of strange, and I think it should be for both. If we're planning a change for PUD, that we should have a citizens participation plan, and if the city is initiating a zoning map amendment, it should be participation plan also. That leads to the next item under Exhibit A of Chapter 173. And I looked at this one as this affects me personally. I can have 12 horses on my property. I can have 12 cows on my property. But according to this, the way it's written in this chapter, if you go to the next item down, I cannot have a chicken, a pig, or a goat. But I can have 12 cows or 12 horses. I'm not sure what that is. And so my question was, could anybody please explain to me why that is? Or if it was just one more of those mistakes that was made in transferring of information. Because I'd hate to have the ability where I couldn't have my chickens and my goats and my pigs. Thank you.
Do you really have 12 horses, sir?
No, I really don't have 12 horses, but according to the way this is written, that'd be the maximum I could have.
You do have one or two, don't you?
I do have, yes, I run livestock on my property.
Yes, sir.
But according to this new table that's in the table that's there, it says I can have up to 12 horses or 1,200-pound animals, 12 of them, but I couldn't have a 10-pound chicken or a 3-pound goat.
Can we get that question answered?
Yeah, I think growth management is trying to answer that. In general, that is undoubtedly part of code that goes back many years, and I doubt that was updated as part of this comprehensive plan. I'm seeing some nodding and shaking that's been around for a long time.
Okay, anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing, asking for a motion.
So moved.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Councilman Langevin. Councilman Johnson? Councilman Langevin?
I'll just say maybe at a future meeting we need to talk a little bit more about chickens.
Chickens and roosters, or just plain old chickens?
Wait a minute. Just since he brought it up, Bill Batten's doing this because he remembers, and I believe it was 2020 or 20.
No, it was before.
It was before. It was 2019. We had literally a whole hour of a meeting dedicated to chickens.
Yes, sir.
And
Yes,
yeah. So, all right.
I got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Councilman Langevin. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. We are now, on procurement. Mr. Morgan.
Yes, just before we leave that last item, I know planning departments typically love council meetings that go for hours and talking about chicken. So if that's a special workshop or something, I know we'd really like that.
Nice.
Procurement item 1 is something that we are truly excited about. I'm very supportive of this item. It follows on some council previous direction, in particular to try to develop some regional class pickleball facilities, in addition to doing what we should be doing at our largest Fred Poppy Regional Park. For more detail, I'd like our Assistant City Manager, Juliet Misconi, to provide you just a brief overview.
Good evening, Council. Juliet Moscone, Deputy City Manager. You all may remember back in July, the chair of the Recreation Advisory Board, Tom Gom, gave a presentation recommending adding pickleball facilities at various parks within our community. Staff reviewed those recommendations, and we'd like to focus on Fred Poppy Regional Park and doing actually a master plan there, looking at more than just pickleball facilities, although we're excited about looking at pickleball facilities at Fred Poppy Regional Park because we could actually consider doing tournament style facilities there. There's enough space to do that. And we were looking at possibly doing that in 2 phases. This council knows that we have a good relationship with the TDC. That would be a great opportunity for a sports grant. But we also want to consider the other elements that are out there. And rather than just take advantage of a 200-acre park that's only 67% built out, or maybe I have that backwards, 67% is available. We want to look at all the amenities we could put out there and do some due diligence where we actually provide you back an a la carte list of options that you could consider. Remember also, of course, that we have the bridge under design connecting from St. John's Heritage Parkway. The back of Fred Poppy Regional Park at Ted Whitlock Community Center is actually our largest event space. But everyone who's been to an event there knows we need better parking. We need more drainage. And then previous council also approved using impact fees to expand the lighting and electrical infrastructure along Championship Circle so that we could have events like car shows and art shows and things like that. So while we're looking at all of these things together, what we want to do is engage Kimley Horn, who our representative is here in the audience if you have any questions for him, to do a master plan of the entire park itself. Now, we haven't forgot about the other pickleball facilities at the other parks, Nungesser, Vets, and Fred Lee. Nungesser in particular, as I advise the Recreation Advisory Board, I'd like to hold on because the tennis court needs to be replaced. So while we're replacing the tennis court, as we've done at other tennis court facilities, once that gets funded, we would add pickleball lines. And we could also, at that time, consider looking at adding a pickleball court adjacent to the tennis ball courts since the contractor would already be mobilized. Any improvements at Fred Lee and Veterans Park would require the same level of due diligence and the same expenditure of funds. So we'd rather start at Fred Poppy Regional Park. Daniel Waite, our acting recreation director, is also here if you have any questions for him. As well as Greg Miner, our Parks and Facilities Director. But one thing I wanted to mention is Daniel's already looking at opportunities to engage our community and get some community feedback and what they would like out there and do that work, if possible, in-house to save some money as we look at future opportunities for other master planning and expansion of facilities. We thought we'd start here. Available if you have any questions.
I do have a question regarding the plan. As you're probably aware, I would. You alluded to behind the Ted Whitlock Community Center, there's a huge event space. As a matter of fact, we're going to utilize that space with the Multicultural Festival this Saturday. I have seen that space really hold on to thousands of people at the same time, right? And have space there. Are the plans inclusive of continuing to have that space like that or eliminate that space? Because if we are considering a master plan with that regard, that would be ideal for an amphitheater type space. Just 2 cents worth. But is that being considered?
So I think the plan is actually going to consider both. What improvements would need to be made at the existing event space, or would we want to consider taking this opportunity to relocate the existing event lawn?
And make what out of that space?
I'm really not sure. I'm looking at him and he's shrugging, so he probably doesn't know, but he probably has some great ideas.
Okay. Okay.
It's appropriate to bring him up.
Because I would hate to lose that space for events.
Evening, Council, Mr. Mayor, Matthew Gillespie with Kimley-Horn.
John Griffin with Kimley-Horn.
So yes, I'm the engineer record for the road access for the new bridge that's coming in. So
yes,
naturally, it was fitting for us to kind of do the projects together. So the north half up there, we met with Parks and Recs, and the back event lawn space, the drainage was mentioned. And we're actually talking about what can we do to make it a flex space that we could park vehicles on it sometimes, or versus have tents, because there's the events you have the tent stakes. So we don't want to change that use, but it's important to look at the whole park, because we don't want to piecemeal things together just because we have a little piece, and we'll put pickleball courts, but pickleball courts require other infrastructure, parking, restroom facilities, concession stands. And so the park plan is to look at essentially everything from the vacant land on the north side, from the new road coming in from St. John's Heritage, all the way to the north property line to the canal. And we'll study all the way down to where the ball fields are now, and looking for infill spaces. City will give us a wish list of items that you may want to include. And then we start out with like bubble plans, like can we fit this in this spot? Can we fit this in this spot? And then so we're looking at a holistic approach, not just this one item is good now here. We need to look and consider long-term impacts for the park.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, I'm listening to this flex space could be multi-use. You could park vehicles there and then also use it as an event corridor or an event space like an amphitheater. Is that correct? Did I listen correctly?
Yes, sir, that's right. Yeah, and to be clear, the city's driving the bus on what you want. We're here to help you kind of listen to your ideas, what things you want where, and you may not like some of our answers, so we can't fit some of those things there, but that's the purpose of the exercise. So we're here to help you figure out what we can, and ultimately get to a plan to where then we start putting costs, because it's great to have a nice little plan, but until we really know what it's going to be, it's not really worth the paper it's on. So the plan is to come out with, say, phasing, maybe year 1, year 2, we have this amount of money, we can do this thing. Maybe year 5, we're doing these things. But we're planning long term for it, and not just we have funds to build a pickleball court now, let's go build a pickleball court.
Copy that, sir. Any questions? I'll start at that end. Councilman Langevin.
So at first, obviously, it's well known that I'm a fiscal. I like to look at the money, but talking to Scott about it, I think this is the right move going forward. We spend a little bit on the front end, but the proper planning and the due diligence ends up saving us money in the long end. And then that's kind of why we brought Scott in the first place. And he kind of said, well, why don't you look at West Melbourne's parks? And I said, yeah, that's a good point. Let's do it your way.
No, you're spot on, Councilman Langevin. It is a master plan, and he brought that up to me as well. And one of those partnerships was, I remember Commissioner Fisher, Board of County Commissioners at Field of Dreams. That was a huge undertaking, and Scott made it work with private-public partnership. So, Councilman Hammer.
I just want to double verify. This is going to be an assessment of 100% of the property the park lays on, right? It's not going to be like we're going to come back for this part later. Is this for the whole entire park, so we can get what we're going to do for the whole park, have a goal, and try to reach it? Or is this, we're going to come up with what we can do right now, and then we're going to need this money again in 5 years?
So the scope of our contract is assessing basically all from the community center, everything north. We're not assessing or master planning all the ball fields south, because those are developed out. The soccer fields on the south, the parking, We're not assessing those areas. It's all the vacant land basically to the north.
And just to add to that, Councilman, if you think about the park and when you drive in, so basically, and for the benefit of the public here, we're not looking at where we have soccer fields. We're not looking at the Clemente baseball complex. We're not looking at the existing dog park or the existing PAL pavilion. But there is quite a bit of land north of that, and it starts just north of the community center. So basically, where the event space is now, north and to the west, where the new roadway is going to come in.
And on that list is football field. So I just want to highlight that
Yeah.
because we're in desperate need of football fields. So.
Yeah, so a lot of what I'm getting at is if you've ever been out there when they have soccer, there is right when you pull into that road, there's cars lined up along that road. This won't include any kind of parking lot there, so people aren't parking in the grass and everything else. Having something in kind of an order to where you can, I mean, there's enough space to pull off into there and make parking there. I would really like to see that included, because there is a lot of space when you pull in there. I mean, I want to say there's 60, 70 feet of right of way there that you can actually put parking for that soccer field and utilize a little bit more parking there.
Okay. Related to the traffic, one of the main reasons we were doing the bridge, the new roadway, is to get all of that traffic off of Malabar down the 2-lane road coming in and out of the park. That's not really even on the right of way. So this, with the new entrance, and it's being designed to be 3 lanes, right ins, right outs, lefts, and the future signal. So when that is up and running, the alleviation of traffic going south to Malabar will be a lot different.
Yeah, but
mine's not really the traffic.
Yeah,
mine is the people parking in the grass.
Right.
I would like that area from Malabar Road all the way to, I mean, there's even a hole in the fence or a actual gate for people to walk through there. I would like to see that area somewhere put on there, included in your assessment, because there are people that park there just because it's closer to the soccer fields. There's trees there and shade, so a lot of people like to park there, put their chairs under there, and watch soccer.
Yeah,
so I think that's somewhere.
Our scope to include that piece.
Please do.
So we can get with.
To his argument, they're not going to use the other entrance, right? When you get the bridge on,
right.
These are dedicated soccer field moms and dads that are parking alongside there. So he's thinking maybe you could develop a parking right along that corridor leading up to the field, to alleviate that. So I get
we can
what
look
the
at
point
that.
is, Councilman Hammer. Any
Thank you.
questions? Any questions, sir? So I don't know, would that have to include an additional funding for what Councilman Hammer is looking to do?
No. I think that's really close into the scope. I mean, they budget hours, but I can't imagine that that's going to expand the scope.
I just want to make it perfectly clear.
Concept plan. It's not engineering.
Yeah, if we're just talking concepts, it's fine.
Conceptual,
What we have in the scope, we can cover the concept planning for that. Yeah, we're not in construction documents or anything like that. So we can add that area and be fine.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker cards?
We have one speaker card, Mr. Bill Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. I agree. Failure to plan means proceeding to fail. But Bill Batten's been coming to these meetings long enough, and I've seen this happen more than once with Parks and Recreation, with other identities also, where we pay a consultant, we get great plans, and then we don't follow through, or for whatever reason it fails. A case in point would be all the planning and engineering that went into the campground. I mean, we're looking on this one of $62,000. Look at how much we spent on that one just to throw it away. They were happy. They got what they wanted. Here you go. Here's your piece of paper. Now, if we're trying to be conservatively responsible, keep that in mind. That leads me to item number 2. We just had people coming in for every meeting now talking about BMX. We have people that are willing to consider helping financially towards it to establish a BMX thing. Well, that's strange. We have all this land at Fred Poppy Park, and now we're getting ready to have in consultants. That would be one identity that could help offset it. Doesn't have to be in the compound, even though I'd love the BMX thing to appear in the compound because it'd be beneficial after we're getting ready to spend all this money to bring in more consultants to tell us what we need to do in the compound, especially if it's revolving around parks and recreation and entertainment. So we've got two separate identities with two separate locations, but they could be utilized into one identity and one great achievement. But the negative side of this that always upsets me the most is that we're looking at the funding source for 32907. We're looking at what happened to the impact on 32908, which was the area where we could have put the BMX field. You took $2 million from the tax impact fees from 32908 and you're spending it in 32907, yet now you're asking for even more money. Well, yet I saw that 32907 had $1 million, over $1 million in revenue right now in their account, yet you stole from 32908 to put it in 32907. That $2 million that you took from 32908, that would have built a beautiful AMX or BMX park or facility out there. It would have been accomplished. You had the funds and you had the people that were willing to do it, but you stole from Peter to pay Paul, and now Peter's going hungry. Thank you.
Anyone else? Any
No, Mayor.
other speaker cards? Okay, I need a motion.
So moved.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson.
A second.
Second by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. Councilman Johnson?
No, Mayor.
Deputy Mayor?
No, Mayor.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. We're now on new business item number 2.
Resolution 2025-03. A resolution of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, supporting Brevard County as a permanent location for the command of the United States Space Force, NASA headquarters, or any government agency headquarters focused on space technology, military technology, and similar applications, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. I'll go ahead and defer to Councilman Langevin. Councilman Langevin?
All right. Thank you, Mayor. I think hopefully this one's a pretty simple resolution that, last week we were blessed in the Space Coast to have our great governor come down to the Kennedy Space Center. And he was talking about some state initiatives that NASA was doing with our state universities. But while he was down here, he said, the new administration coming in has made a lot of comments that they want to start moving government agencies out of Washington, D.C., putting them out around the country where they can live amongst the normal people. This isn't the 1800s anymore. They don't have to ride their horse to go meet with the president at the White House. They can Zoom into work. They can telework. Most of them are working from home anyways right now. So if we're going to move these administrations all over the country, anything space related should obviously come to the Space Coast. So I thought that was a phenomenal recommendation that he had. And so I just wanted, as a city, especially considering that we have a giant chunk of federal land right off Minton Road that is very sparsely used, that could be very easily converted into a federal building or an expansion of the Space Force. I just wanted to pass this resolution to send up to our congressmen and our federal lobbyists to let them know in Washington, D.C. that we're on the menu and we would love to have as many high-paying jobs as they want to bring down here to our community.
Any questions, Councilman Langevin? Okay, well, we don't have any speaker cards. All I need is a motion.
I second. I second.
Well, somebody has to make a move.
I'll make a motion to pass my resolution.
I'll second. Any additional comments? I think it'd be great to have the annex active again and create some jobs, but we'll see. Thank you for all your efforts, Councilman Langevin.
I would like to say this is a huge opportunity that we have, and for us to have a voice in it and actually step up and say this is something that I think we can handle is a great point. And I think we have the leadership not only in DC but in Tallahassee to facilitate something like this.
And in Palm Bay.
And in Palm Bay.
So I got a motion by Councilman Langevin, seconded by Mayor Medina. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. You voted aye. Okay. We're now on new business number 3.
Ordinance 2025-06, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the fiscal year 2025 budget by appropriating and allocating funds identified in Exhibit A, consisting of 4 pages, and incorporated in its entirety herein. Recognizing that such appropriations must be made pursuant to the Code of Ordinances of the City of Palm Bay, Chapter 35, Finance, adopting, ratifying, confirming, and validating the allocations, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. I'm going to defer to Mr. Morgan.
Yes, this is our quarterly budget update, and our Assistant Finance Director, Angelica Collins, is here to answer any questions you may have. And we have many staff members if there are any questions. These are things that are, for example, recognizing grant revenues that were not known at budget adoption and the associated expenditures related to those grants. Items the council has already approved as unbudgeted requests, but bring it into appropriations formally through ordinance form. Some budget corrections of some account line items that need to be corrected, and also a large amount of reappropriations of previously City Council approved unbudgeted requests from last fiscal year that were not spent last fiscal year and were not included in the currently adopted budget.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Morgan?
Yes, Mayor.
Councilman Johnson?
Do we have locations set aside for the temporary fire stations yet?
Yes, we do. Yes.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions, gentlemen? Any speaker cards?
No speaker cards.
Okay, I need a motion.
So moved.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson,
I'll make a second.
seconded by Councilman Langevin. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. We're now on item number 4.
Yes,
Mr. Morgan.
Mayor, members of the council, this has been an item a long time coming, but very beneficial to the city and to the Diaz Treasures property. There's a lot of people on the team that have worked on this and bringing it to conclusion. And I am very pleased that we're bringing this. There is also a resolution that covers this as item 8 this evening. But this was a team effort to bring this home, and I think it's a really good item. This is about really planning well and working cooperatively with a adjacent development proposal. And so this is what your Palm Bay team is capable of at our best. And I'm very proud of this item and everyone who worked on this, including Joan from the city manager's office and Patricia, our city attorney. I mean, there's just a lot of people that really made this happen, and it's a real pleasure on all of their behalf to recommend that you approve this item.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Morgan, gentlemen? None? Any speaker cards?
Bill Batten.
Master Chief?
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. I have 3 questions with this one. First one is, will this provide enough right-of-way for expansion of the St. John's Heritage Parkway south of Malabar Road if it ever gets built?
Yes.
I saw then in for the expansion of the roundabout and the discussion of roundabout in that area, if that's what ever happens, which I hope never does, but I want to see the expansion, but not with roundabouts. Well, so that answers the first question. Item number 2, will there be enough right-of-way if the St. John's Heritage Parkway South expansion from 2 lanes to 4 lanes? Because I was looking at when I looked at the diagram that was in the packet, it showed one direction as this 2-lane road, just 2 lanes. Didn't show anything about expansion to 4 lanes because eventually I perceive the St. John's Heritage Parkway as the loop all the way around. I expect it to be as big as I-95 in some day. But if this is what we're counting on, this is a very small piece of property if we want to expand it from 2 lanes to 4 lanes or even more. Is there going to be enough right of way to accomplish that objective? Because we're planning for the future, which is great, but looks like we're only, by the drawings, we're only planning for the future for a 2-lane road at the St. John's Heritage Parkway. Now that leads to question number 3. Was there any money exchange in this deal? Or was it all 100% land for land?
It's land for land. In terms of the right of way south, off the top of my head, I can't tell you what that width is, but I would.
Only 50 feet wide.
And we have an opportunity through a development approval, site planning work. That's a great question to ask about. Clearly, I was focused on the interchange and making sure that was there, but south, in terms of that right-of-way dedication, I'm going to rely on staff for that answer.
Who's going to answer?
So, which staff member is going to answer?
I think she's looking at it up.
Okay. Can you come up?
The question is not the length of the extension. The question is the right of way. Is it 100 feet? What is the?
Ms. Fraser, would you please come up and answer?
Yeah, I think we're going to need perhaps Public Works to really answer this, but.
It should be in this packet because, I'm sorry, good evening. The extension to the south of Malabar Road is what we're discussing, correct? And it is lined up perfectly with the amount of land to the north of Malabar Road that is the St. John's Heritage Parkway. So if I recall, it's probably at least 200 feet because that is what to the north is. I'm almost...
Let's try to see if we can get that validated by Public
Exactly.
Works. That would provide for as many lanes
but...
as anybody could ever imagine, including drainage and everything. I'm seeing some nodding there.
Well, we'd like for you to come on the record. Step right up, sir.
Well, if it's 200, I can tell you that answer.
Good evening. We can certainly verify it, Mr. Morgan, but it has been a land development initiative, but we can verify it.
We're trying to verify it now. You're confirming it?
I'm not confirming, Mayor. What I'm saying is the meetings that were being held by land development with the Diaz folks, those are the discussions that were being had. Okay. And led by Joan.
Okay.
So is there an exhibit in there that describes? So we have found an exhibit.
All right, perfect.
Now, if I have my bearings correctly, the right-of-way is going to be on the Diaz property, not the property we're going to be.
Correct. There'll be a
acquiring
private development on
any kind of. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Any kind of ROI or any kind of ROW is going to be on the Diaz property and not on the property that we're going to be acquiring. So I think that's going to be. I think the city acquired the ROI or ROW for the entire parkway upon the initial build of the first 2 lanes. I want to say the whole
north of
the whole right of way.
North. We're talking
right.
south.
So the question I think was a really great question was south of Malabar. The first question was, is there enough for a potential ultimate interchange? The answer to that, I know from doing that myself, was yes. But the question was, what is the right of way? But you're right, there'll be a private development on the corner. The land exchange property for future Northwest Fire Station 8 is immediately west of there. We will have, it's a really great station site. We will have access directly to both Malabar Road and the future extension of St. John's Heritage Parkway through this agreement, through the Diaz property, so that our future fire engines will have great access to serve this entire northwest growing part of Palm Bay. So sort of down to the last question here is, we found an exhibit of the right of way south of Malabar Road, which is the question.
That's correct. And it is in your packet. I knew it was. I'm sorry. And I was incorrect. It's 209 feet.
Okay.
So,
That will be more lanes than anybody could
that's right.
ever
It's
possibly
200
imagine
feet
in any
to the
conceivable
north,
future.
209 to the south.
Thank you,
Okay.
Lisa. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for.
So now we don't have another speaker card on this item.
No, Mayor.
Okay. So I'll need a motion.
So moved.
Got a
Second.
motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Councilman Hammer. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. We are now on new business item number 5. Mr. Morgan.
Yes, Mayor, members of City Council, knowing that the executive director of the Palm Bay Regional Chamber of Commerce was going to be here earlier in the meeting to give a presentation, I took the liberty of placing this item on the agenda to have the council consider a 1-year extension of the lease agreement. We did find a lease agreement that was executed in 2020 that expires March 6th of 2025, coming up very shortly. And the provisions in the current agreement provide for year-to-year lease extensions. So I wanted to bring this to the council while we had the executive officer here. But it is provided in the current lease agreement, so all the terms would remain the same, and it would be a 1-year extension.
Okay. Would you want to speak, Madam Pelton?
Yeah, back when I first got to the chamber, we actually had a 5-year lease, and it had the opportunity to be able to be renewed for another 5 years, if both parties were wanting that. It's just coming every year. If we're looking at trying to make some long-term plans, we are looking at strategically what our future looks like and with a different building or where we might go. But just for continuance sake, I was wondering if we might be able to do it for more than just 1 year, so that every year we don't have to keep coming up. I would say that we are good stewards of the building. We maintain it and upgrade it. We have somebody that looks after the trees and the lawns and the air conditioning and painting. And so if you are able to do that for more than 1 year, it would just be less of us having to bring this up every year when we've been there for decades.
So you're literally asking for an additional
I'll take it.
long range, but I'm asking what are you asking for? Because you say an additional.
Well, so if
make
you
it a
could do an
2-year
additional, maybe do it for 3 years rather than a year-to-year contract.
I could see where that could be really difficult, coming back every year to year, right? Mm-hmm. So I see what you're saying, man. What's before us is the 1 year. So, council, what are your thoughts? And I'll start with Councilman.
Mayor, we do have speaker cards too.
Okay, as you were. Okay.
Bill Batten.
So we'll have.
And the one other thing was too that we understand that, although ever since I've been there, they talk about the development in that corridor and that we are in the midst of it. And so, yes, obviously, if that's an option, we would like to be part of those discussions. But we understand that it's not a right that, should we need to move that, that's absolutely something that we understand. So,
thank you, ma'am. Okay. Thank you. So we've got Bill Batten and who else?
2 others. Don Patar and Nancy.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. I know it's a small annual revenue coming into the city. What was it, $10 a year that we're actually having them pay for the use of the facility? To me, that seems low, but I also especially when I look at the fact that we are I think we're a platinum member for the chamber. I'm not sure what that cost is that we're paying them for them to give us $10 back. They are doing a lot for the city of Palm Bay. Don't get me wrong. That's not what I'm challenging. I'm just challenging the business side of conducting business within the city. And you know how I have preferential treatment, how that bothers me. This is a case where you could have potential preferential treatment. Here's a nonprofit getting something that somebody else could use for revenue coming into the city. Now, if we say that the platinum membership that we're paying is getting matched out or something, I could see that as a potential win-win. But as it stands right now, for $10, they get the use of a building. Granted, they're keeping it up and they do spread our name, but I don't like preferential treatment. That's how I see this one. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Dawn Batar.
Nice to see you, Nancy. So Dawn Batar, 479 Fountain Street. I think that other than Nancy, I'm probably one of the more qualified people to stand here and talk to you about this. Okay. I think that our chamber is an instrumental part of our city. The building itself represents our business community. I think that an investment in that building is warranted. I think you give this lady whatever she wants as far as the lease. I think that the chamber as a whole has done nothing but promote this city and improved our image in the business community. I think as an ambassador for our city's businesses, it is imperative that if we plan to grow this business community in our city, our chamber should represent a building and a facility that warrants respect. Okay? I think asking the chamber, that is a nonprofit that is trying to support the businesses and the well-being and creating a symbiotic relationship throughout our county, all right, needs our support. A lease, improvement of the building, facilities that allow them to have their luncheons here in our city. Okay, these are the things that you all should be focusing on. Frankly, I look around a city of 140,000 people and we can't have a party here with all of our friends. I find it fascinating that if we talk about creating a revenue source, why we don't have one, why the captain's house needs to take monies from the Community Development Board because it's not gaining the revenues set aside to create improvements for our buildings. I watch you all talk about how we're going to do the park and rec and do this and do that. Make money. You have the people. You have a community that backs these businesses. Focus. Don't be so distracted easily, okay, by the need of our community to have more businesses, for us to have a facility that allows us to have the mayor's ball, breakfast, or anything else here in our city. The fact that we cater out to other places to have our events at is kind of sad, especially given the amount of land we have, the revenues we have, and the focus we have as a community. I'd love to see us change that narrative. Thank you.
Next speaker.
No more speakers.
Okay, council. What's your pleasure? I need a motion.
All right. Can we do a discussion before we go into a motion?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Just so,
Go ahead.
yeah, I don't want to make a complicated motion, and I want to discuss it first. So, yeah. So first off,
Wait. Was that a motion? No. Okay. Then I'll make a motion.
Okay.
And
Okay. I got a motion by Kenny.
What's
by
your motion?
Councilman Johnson. What's your motion? To extend it a year?
as of right now, the motion is to do it as it is,
As
to
it
extend
is.
the year.
Okay. So do I have a second?
Well, I'll second it so we can have discussion.
Discussion.
Yep.
That's
Absolutely. Okay. So, well,
Councilman Johnson.
Oh, I guess, yeah.
Yes, sir.
I guess my main concern is with all these leases. Luckily, we had a Community Development Advisory Board meeting, and our chair, who works for the city of Melbourne, was able to email me their agreements, and in all of their agreements, maintenance is always maintained by the leasee, the person staying in the building. Where buildings like, and this isn't really geared towards the Palm Bay Chamber, but we have buildings like the Greater Palm Bay Senior Center, or the Palm Bay Senior Center, where we've put millions into it, and we're not getting anything from return. So not just for this agreement, but for all agreements, I think we should look at, I know Mr. Jones sent it to everybody, but if you look at Melbourne's agreements, the first one is subsection 6, the second one is subsection 5. Maintenance is always by the leasee, indoor and outdoor, and I feel that's a fair trade in my eyes. So that's something I would like for us to consider, not just for this, but for all projects or all leases that we're considering in the future. So that's it, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Langevin.
Yeah. Okay. So first off, I just want to start off by saying I've been to chamber events. The chamber does a phenomenal job in our community. What I'm about to say isn't construed to be negative towards the chamber whatsoever. But our job is to look out for the best interests of the city and to be a good steward of our tax dollars. And so we are giving a lease to a nonprofit for $10 a month. But as Mr. Batten said, we are paying $10,000, I believe, a year to also be a member of the organization. So that's a great deal for the chamber. And again, this isn't negative. Nancy's done a great job. But as our job as council and as gatekeepers, we're definitely getting a raw deal on that. And we're also talking about premium real estate right on the water. And it's not just the chamber. There are other nonprofits that are getting a phenomenal deal that I plan on discussing in the future. So personally, what I would like to do is I would like to keep the lease a year. But I want to enable our city manager to go back and negotiate with the chamber and come up with something that's a little bit more fair for the city. So whether that be we'll give you the 1-year lease, but we're members of the chamber without a $10,000 payment, or whether that be hey, we're going to give you the building for another year, but it's going to be for $833.33 a month, which would equal the $10,000 back to the taxpayers. Some kind of deal that's a little bit more 50-50 and not just giving everything and getting nothing in return.
Thank you. Councilman Hammond?
With me and a few other people that actually did campaign, we saw the work that Nancy does. Every single event that I went to during campaigning, Nancy had her face there, and she was pushing Palm Bay and Palm Bay businesses. The cost of that, I think, far excels from what we are giving them. Being in marketing, I know you could spend $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 on the advertisement and the marketing that she does. I do see the worth in that. But in that as well, I do see you growing out of that building. And I do believe people will take you a lot more serious in a better structure. People drive by and see that little thing and they don't take it seriously. I'm not trying to make a jab, but you do deserve something a little bit better and bigger. I am okay with a 3-year lease, but I would like a stipulation on there that in the account of there is some kind of growth, some kind of development, and some kind of entertainment coming in there, that we give them a 6-month heads up that, it's time to go.
Understood.
So,
Deputy Mayor?
Mayor, so if I can get clarity in case you all go that way. So what are you seeking? What would be 3-year automatic renewals with subject to the city being able to cancel the renewal with 6 months notice?
Without legal reprimand to that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Deputy Mayor?
So I'm torn on some of the comments made by the council members. Just, I do think the Palm Bay Chamber does a great job. I'm a member. Melbourne Chamber owned their building. The Home Builders and Contractors Association owns their building, and becomes an asset to that organization. do I think the highest and best use of that building as it currently stands is the Palm Beach Chamber? I do. I don't think the highest and best use is for anything else, and for that reason, I would be okay continuing the lease agreement at the $10 per year price. But I would like contract language in there, and I'm okay with a 3-year term, but I would like some contract language in there that, you know, we do know about the growth that's going down there. There is some property rights, some property owners that are, you know, purchasing the land en masse in that area, and you know, the city did decide to put that building up for sale one day. That lease would not carry to the new buyer. If so, you know, continue a 3-year lease. If the city decides to put that building up a year from now, the new owner can then make that decision on whether he wants to continue. And I imagine they would, because site plan approval and all that would take more than 2 years. But just that option, I think we'd handcuff ourselves if we sold that land and the tenant's lease survives that transfer of ownership. So,
well, does that conclude your comments? So I'll weigh in. You know what the Great Palm Bay Chamber does for this city? I wholeheartedly agree with Councilman Hammer's comment. Far exceeds what we're investing in. The fact that they're promoting local businesses and people are actually putting food on their plates far exceeds what we're getting in this partnership. That being said, I know that part of the discussion of that area is promoting a growth, a town center, so to speak. I know that's been the vision. And part of that vision also included discussions with the Greater Palm Bay Chamber to see if they could, you know, be part of that discussion, right? You heard that from Nancy, but you also probably heard it from the individuals that are looking to do something in that corridor. I got to tell you, I'm good with the 3 years. At the same time, I think we do need to protect our investment, because if by chance someone needs that space to create that town center effect, as an example, and they're looking to do a swap of land, as an example, I'm just thinking outside the box here. I would not want us to restrict ourselves. I want us to be part of that have that opening where we could say, okay, then if you need that parcel, what other parcel do you have in exchange, so we can negotiate? So given that latitude to our city manager might be part of the motion. I don't know. We'll get some legal counsel on that. But part of what I feel is we're here to support these businesses. We're here to support the Greater Palm Bay Chamber. What's at risk? If they move out of the city, then what? What happens? The Greater Palm Bay Chamber is in Melbourne, and now Melbourne's got 2 chambers. That's the result of what we're risking here. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm good with the 3 years. And I am also concerned about, as you said, Councilman Hammer, is the fact that if some negotiation happens within that time frame, yes, Nancy, as a courtesy, you should be part of that discussion, right? The Greater Palm Bay Chamber should be part of that discussion. But even moreover, I want the Greater Palm Bay Chamber in Palm Bay. Right now, I don't have a convention center here. Right now, I got to go to Melbourne. The Melbourne has an auditorium that they lease out. We're not in the same standing there. They invested in an auditorium. City of Palm Bay hasn't invested in an auditorium. You know, that's multi-millions of dollars that they invested. Now, it is a moneymaker, as you heard someone say. So my input is I'm good with a 3-year lease, but also at the same time, Madam Attorney, I'd like to see where we have that flexibility that we could have them not tie us in, and within 6 months give them some opportunity to discuss it if we need to grow that area.
If that's the case, what I would recommend is that you have 1-year renewals that automatically renew for a period of up for 3 years, subject to the city being able to cancel the automatic renewal with 6 months notice. So it's still the term is still 1 year, but she doesn't have to come back every year. For 3 years, it'll automatically renew unless we provide notice that we are going to terminate. And with that 6 month notice, that gives her some time. And even if we were to swap, as Mr. Morgan said, they're going to need some time to do their site plan. They're not going to be ready to do anything within 6 months. So it gives everybody the flexibility. And if things are proceeding as normal, she doesn't have to come back here for 3 years. But if something changes, we are able to make that change. That would be what I would recommend.
Okay.
Which is very much similar to, I think, what Councilman Hammer was alluding to.
So, what if I'm listening correctly? We're talking about saying a 1 year lease, but automatic renewals where she doesn't have to keep coming back, and 6 months. Is that what you said?
Yes, and we can cancel the renewal upon 6 months notice.
Okay, all right. So that's not the motion that we have right now. Do you
Right.
need to? We'll need to withdraw it, and then we need to reinstitute that motion. Is that correct?
Yes, if that's what the way council would like to go.
So, Councilman Langevin, you made the second. Is that correct? Well, you made the first. I made the second. Okay.
So I'll rescind my second.
Councilman Johnson?
And I'll amend my motion to the comments made by the Madam Attorney.
And I'll second.
Okay, so now I got a motion by Councilman Johnson with the up to 3 year lease, right? Automatic 1 year renewals with that 6 month buffer, for lack of a better term. Is that okay, Madam Attorney?
Yes, I've got it.
Okay. All in favor,
Well,
signify.
Mayor, can I just make a comment real quick while we're still in discussion? So obviously we're gonna vote for this, and I made my piece, but I do just want to, based off of what everybody said after what I said, I do want to reply to my council that they do a phenomenal job in the community. They are instrumental. They are a 501c6, not a office of the city of Palm Bay. I am the president of a nonprofit, and the city doesn't give me a free building or $10 lease building. And there are many other nonprofits that do instrumental work every day. Every business in the city of Palm Bay does instrumental work every day. And we don't go out and give them a $10 lease. That would eventually become socialism. So I'm not happy with nonprofits getting preferential treatment, regardless of how good they do for our city, because I agree the Palm Bay Chamber does do good for our city, and they should be in the city of Palm Bay. But that's not how a free market society works. That said, I'm outvoted. I've said my piece, and we can move forward and vote for it.
Well, I just want to touch a little bit on what you said, sir, because I'm not president of nonprofits, but I've served for decades. And I will say that there's not a nonprofit that advertises the city of Palm Bay like the Greater Palm Bay Chamber of Commerce. So there's a little difference to that. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Signify by saying nay. Passes 5-0. We're now on item number 6. Councilman Hammer.
Is she going to read it, or?
So I'm deferring to you. You're presenting this item.
Okay, hold on 1 second. So I'm making a motion for discussion to establish the Citizen Budget Advisory Board.
Wait, do we have any speaker cards?
Well, are there any speaker cards?
Yeah.
So you got to present the item first.
So just talk about it first.
Let's talk.
Okay.
Talk about.
So
it first.
one of the things that when I was running my campaign, a lot of the people in the community did not like seeing our Citizen Budget Advisory Board be taken away. That is a chance for the people of the community to have a voice when we're making our budget decisions. One thing that was brought up as well was the implementation of it. This budget advisory board was to discuss the budget after it was made. So what I would like to do is bring that budget committee back. I would like to make it to where it is active during budget negotiations, and they submit a report to our council and our city manager, and also have the five people and one at large for input. 5 vote, one person at large, doesn't have to be a resident of Palm Bay, but only 5 vote. Only the Palm Bay residents vote. So I do know there are people from the outside that have a lot of knowledge of it, and some people that have actually reached out at plenty of times to give their input, but I don't think they should vote if they don't live in Palm Bay. So I would like to see that, and I would like to hear what people have to say about that. But I think we took a lot of transparency away when we did away with this committee, and I actually put on. I'm not going to get into what happened, but I put in some stipulations to document how to remove a member instead of dissipating the whole committee.
I see. I do have some questions, and are you open for some questions now?
Of course.
Okay. Yeah, I know, but if I can ask questions of staff, I'm sure I can ask questions regarding this before we go to the speakers, right? I really appreciate the hard work that you put in for this, right? Because I believe that we should have continued to maintain our citizen budget advisory board. The very first question I have, the idea of the 6-member board being at large appointment is good, and not having to be a citizen within the borders of Palm Bay. However, are you open to make it where their experience in budgets as a requirement? In other words, like let's say a CEO of Harris or some financial, someone that's had experience with millions of dollar budgets, because I'm sure we have several Department of Defense contractors here locally that we could tap into those resources and don't have to be in the city of Palm Bay, right? So I'd love to see that as part of that at large, right?
Yeah, the great part about that is how I put in there that city council can vote one person off. So we are accountable to put somebody that is qualified into these positions.
No, but I'm saying if you make it, my question is, you're not making it a requirement to be a citizen of Palm Bay. Could you make that same at large someone with a financial experience?
Yeah.
A background, right?
Actually,
amend that. Are you willing to do that? And then my other question, Councilman Hammer, before we go into the public is, if a member of council appoints someone, according to this, you want the community to chastise that or question that appointment? I don't know if that's a wise thing to do. We could have, like I could point, as a point, let's say Kenny Johnson's out in the community. I appoint Kenny Johnson. Kenny Johnson's got some enemies out there.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to make that a public display of somebody attacking, doing personal attacks and stuff. So I'm a little torn with that, because if if that's the case, I would not want my appointment to be chastised by the public. That's all I'm saying. Whoever that is, because they're willing to be put in. So those are my only questions. Are you willing to just take the appointments, or do they have to be subject to public scrutiny and public-private attacks? Because that's what it would probably turn into.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that definitively, but that is a potential.
I think as a community, one of our most important things that we do is balance our budget. And I believe that the community should have a I really don't think this guy is somebody good that should be working on our budgets. I do like that, but I'm up for discussion. I think the quality thing about having 5 people up there is we have 5 ideas, and I think if we work together on this, we can come up with something that's going to work for all 5 of us, because this is going to be people that report to us and help us. This is a tool for us, and not just us, a tool for the community
to understand our budget a little bit more.
I wholeheartedly agree with you. I love the idea. Those are my only two things, my two questions.
Same for me, Mayor.
That's all I'm saying, because people will attack us. That's one thing, but then I'm not gonna feel comfortable putting someone out there. And they're volunteering, right? So those are my only two questions.
I'm okay with that.
So
it was just
do you have
something
any
for discussion.
questions,
I was just gonna wait till a motion was made. I don't have questions now. I have discussion for
Okay.
later.
All right. So we
New business 6, Mark Miller.
I had two questions. I had to get them off my chest.
All right, Mark Miller, 898 Nelson Avenue. And my question was along the same lines as yours, Mayor. First of all, 100% believe in bringing that citizen budget advisory board back, 100% in favor of that. I think it's awesome. What I didn't see is the selection criteria. When I read, it was just wide open. It was like, you pick whoever you want, you pick who you want, you pick who you want, put them on there, and it just let them go. And then we hope that you pick somebody who has the right skills and the budget capability and has done things like that before, instead of just picking your buddy and putting them up there, right? So I guess I would like to better understand the selection criteria. And is it something that's posted like any of the other board things that you can go? Can it be posted? Could I apply to it? So the division of Embraer I ran, my budget was $240 million. So, right at
Embraer,
at Blue, yeah, and then at Blue, it was way more than that. So, what's the selection criteria to be on here so that the citizens end up with a good group of people, and it's not limited to just the people that you know. So that was my only real comment. That's all I got.
No, we'll discuss. Thank you.
You good?
Thank you, sir.
Dawn Batar.
Hello, gentlemen. Dawn Batar, 479 Fountain Street. And as the first chairperson for the original Citizens Budget Advisory Board, let me tell you my thoughts. So first off, I think 6 people is not enough, because then you don't have a person to break a tie of any discussion on a board. Just saying that out loud. Secondly, I think that the original board, the issue was that we had people who worked for the city's public works department that were board members. Greg Link was the city manager at the time, and although I felt it was inappropriate that this person held a position on the board, I was overruled by the majority, okay? But I think it's inappropriate. I think I agree with the fact that we need people who have experience in budgets. And I think the big problem that lay in the original Citizens Budget Advisory Board was the lack of respect for the decisions that came out of the board. We made plenty of recommendations, which 0 were utilized, okay? At least when I was on the board. I can tell you I kept eye on what was going on, and I was very discouraged to see that it was dissolved. I didn't even understand that, except for the fact that really the recommendations were never followed. So you had 7 citizens, or how many citizens it was at the time, who would come here, give their time, and provide you recommendations that were never followed through with or considered. I think that it should be part of what is done. I mean, if you're going to have a Citizens Budget Advisory Board, they should be given the opportunity to speak just like the Chamber does, to come and present their findings, their thoughts, and what should be done. I think that the folks who appoint these folks, okay, should have meetings with their members regularly, okay, to understand what's going on, to understand how they can provide their input and understand what's going on. Anyways, that's it. Thank you very much. I hope we reenact this opportunity for all of us. Cheers.
Thank you.
Philip Weinberg.
Phil Weinberg, still on Scanlon Road. I know this is a popular thing among people. Okay. You had a budget advisory board. They accomplished nothing. They contributed nothing. All they did was, it was self-serving. They learned some things about the budget process among themselves. That's all. Now, the three of you new people on city council have been on there long enough to realize that it's really difficult to get people to serve on advisory boards. It's even harder to get people who are qualified to serve on advisory boards. What do you think you're going to get people who have experience with multi-million-dollar budgets?
I got
We-
one right there.
Besides that, yeah, but the point is that you're not going to really be able to find people who are willing to serve on the board, who have the knowledge to contribute that. Plus the fact that you say, well, these people then can contribute ideas and that thing and make suggestions about the budget. You already have that. They're called budget workshops, and they reach a whole lot more people than the 5, 6, or 7 members of a budget advisory board. You have it, you advertise it greater, you have more of a turnout. People can speak on the budget, can listen to what you're proposing in the budget, can make comments about the budget. You already have that. So what is the point? You're going to have a bunch of people squabbling again, and they're going to make absolutely no contribution to the process. Like I said, you already have it. If you want to add some more budget hearings, public budget hearings, that's great. Get more people to come and speak about the budget and listen to what you're proposing. Like I said, you already have that. So what is the point? There is none.
Thank you.
Susan Conley.
Susan Connolly. So I've been on the Citizens Budget Advisory Board. I think you want this board to be effective. You want it to be useful to the chamber. My time on that board, it was difficult to have real input into the budget process. The budget is something that is year-round. Also, the 3% cap really complicates, even for people like myself. I have 40 years in an accounting business. It is a complicated process. The original purpose of the Citizens Budget Advisory Board, the purpose and intent of the board is to provide impartial and independent overview, analysis, and advice to the City Council regarding the city's budget and to assist the city in maintaining fiscal responsibility by ensuring efficient and effective spending practices. That is what I would like to see this board do. I think to provide that impartial and independent overview, to have input like all of you are doing, is trying to save the city money. I think the emphasis needs to be, yes, to do whatever we can on the budget. However, that process really does lie within the city manager and the staff. And I think the best we can do as citizens is to have comments when we see it, to have access to the records in a timely manner, but also to offer input on a regular basis, here eye to eye, not through a report, but through interaction, and to represent the citizens and what their needs are. But I think it is that independent overview, I keep losing it in my phone here, is where I would like to see it. maybe even the name change. I like what is happening on the federal level, Department of Government Efficiency. I think maybe that would capture it more, something about efficiency and use of our funds. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Does that conclude the speaker card?
It does, Mayor.
Okay. So I'll need a motion to at least discuss this.
I'll make a motion to reenact the board.
Okay, I got a motion.
And I will second with a few guideline changes to that board. I want the annual report done during the budget process. And
Wait, Mayor.
Okay, but we'll do no. You just seconded. Okay.
I just don't want the old one.
The motion has got to. Yeah, right. You should have made the motion first.
I will. I'll rescind my motion if.
No, just stand by.
Okay.
You can't rescind because I got a second here. Please. Right now I got a motion, and I got a second. So now let's discuss.
Okay.
The intricacies of that board. Okay?
Mayor.
So yes.
I'm sorry for the interruption. The staff just wants to be clear. One, the motion should be to bring forth the ordinance establishing the board. Okay. I know in the legislative memorandum, it has a resolution.
Yes.
It should be an ordinance.
Say again, ma'am.
So the motion should be to bring forth an ordinance establishing the board.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I'll take your withdrawal.
Thank you.
Go ahead. You withdraw.
I withdraw.
Okay. And
I'll withdraw my motion, and I'll make a motion to pass the resolution giving guidance to staff to make the ordinance to make the board.
Now, do I have a second?
And I will second.
I'm sorry.
There's no resolution.
Sorry, interrupting again. There's no resolution to consider at this time.
Okay.
Right now, what's on the agenda is just discussion of establishing the board. So what's going to come forth at the next meeting, which I would recommend not a resolution, but an ordinance to establish the board.
To bring forth an ordinance at the next meeting, not a resolution. Is that good? All right.
Okay, do I have a second?
I second.
Okay. All right, I got a motion by Councilman Langerman, second by Councilman Hamel. So here we go. And I'll start off by, my apprehensions, right? And I really believe that we do have individuals out in our community that are willing to serve. I know of one that has come up repeatedly on this, as a citizen to say, hey, use me. I've got all these, I'm an engineer. I've done this, I've been building airplanes and all of that. So at least there's one that I know of. What I like to see as part of that ordinance, right, is that there be someone, at least one person that at large is what I'm thinking, right? At least one. If that person's at large, he's got to have financial experience. Everyone else that's on that an appointment, it's up to us to try and get them to have that type of experience, right? We may fight with the same appointee, right? Because they may be limited to Mr. Weinberg's point, but I would, and then my reservation is my appointment should be my appointment. I wouldn't want him to be, like I mentioned before, chastised. It's one thing to attack me, but for me to ask somebody, hey, would you volunteer? And then someone can come up and, and point the finger at him. I wouldn't want that opportunity. So with that being said, I would be good with those caveats.
Exact same for me, Mayor.
So one thing I came up with originally was this will consist of a 5-member serving 2 terms, 8 years max. These members will be appointed by City Council. Each member gets to appoint 1 member, each being Palm Bay residents. We have an option to discuss the one at large, which will not be a voting member. Council can vote to remove a member based on performance, attendance, and behavior. Committee members should have backgrounds in finance, accounting, business, public administration, or related fields. with a commitment to public service and fiscal responsibility. Members, or that's one we changed. Any issues with an appointee can be discussed during council meetings.
Okay,
That's it.
thank you. Deputy Mayor, wanted to get your take on this, please.
Yeah, thank you. Just a question. What if we can't find that at-large person? Does that mean the board doesn't meet? I personally feel this is just a feel-good board. I don't support adding a budget advisory board for a lot of the same reasons that Mr. Weinberg had mentioned. I think case in point tonight was an example of what happened with the Recreation Advisory Board and recommendations made like that. Ms. Pitar made several comments that no suggestions were ever followed. I don't see the point of it. I think we have a great staff. I think what the city lacks is a CFO. And I won't be supporting this tonight.
Okay, thank you. So again, so we've got one dissenting vote thus far, right? So he brings up a great point. What if we can't field that at-large appointment? Then what? We've got 5-member boards. Do they meet? There should be they have 5 members. They got 5 out of 6, so they would definitely be able to meet.
I would say the 5 is the mandatory. If we can't field 5, then we don't need to be doing this.
But allowing a
But the
6 at large.
The 6th is optional. Yes.
But having if there is an at large, having him have that financial experience, I think, is important. Are we all in agreement
Yes,
with
sir.
that? Yes? Okay. So, ma'am, with that in consideration, what do you need from us? You need a different
I think that
motion, or you've got enough to bring back that ordinance? Once we vote, but I'm just saying, did you need, yeah.
Now is correct.
Okay, but you understand what the caveats that we added to it, right?
Yes. You
Yeah.
added items that you want in the ordinance, and of course, since it is Councilman Hammer, he'll work with staff as far as bringing the
Okay.
details of the ordinance. And certainly, if council has any revisions or additions, that you can certainly discuss that once the ordinance is brought back.
All right, thank you. So, got a motion by Councilman Langevin, second by Councilman Hammer. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Passes 4-1. We are now on item number 7. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate this time. So I'd like to bring consideration to convene the Charter Review Committee to bring back some items to us for consideration. I think some of it we could probably do at a council level, but I prefer it to be discussed with the Charter Review. One thing that I took notice over the last couple of years is the appointment process is flawed. And I also think that the candidate ballot process is weak. I think other cities have a stronger process if you want to be a candidate to run for an election, and I think it's very simple for people to run for a campaign in Palm Bay. You can be a felon, you can write a check, and you have to be 18 years old. I'd like to make those items a little bit harder so we can hopefully have better candidates running. I'd like to see a discussion of voting districts, 2 more council seats, supermajority to fire charter officers, and taking the cap away to meet the state statute of 10%.
Say that one again.
The cap.
Okay.
Removing this 3% cap to meet the state statute of 10%.
So these are items that you would want the Charter Review Commission to discuss.
Yes, sir.
Right. That would be that agenda. Okay. And when the meeting now, the next election would be 2026 next year, right? So you want the meeting as early as now?
I wasn't sure how long the process took to convene the Charter Review, appoint the candidates. I don't feel like it's that early. I'd rather it be done and not trying to rush it for the ballot process.
Okay. So, okay. Can I ask Therese a question? Therese, you've handled these charter review commissions before. Um, is it good to get out in front of this, or how late? How I guess the best question is, when do you anticipate this board to be formed?
Historically, when we've established the charter review after the census every 10 years, normally we council makes the appointments in January. The board meets from February through as long as it takes, but typically through about May or June. That is during the election year. And then items have to be given to the supervisor of elections for the ballot in August of that election year.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. I love the ambition, right? Because, we've experienced this, and I'm turning to you because we've experienced this where we asked for something for this last election, and we didn't meet that timeline when we thought we had met it. So I appreciate this initiative. I really do. Let me get dialogue from the other members of council. Councilman Langevin.
On thoughts on doing a commission review board,
Charter
review board. Sorry. I agree with going forward with a charter review board for a couple of reasons. I may not agree with everything that they end up saying, and we can have those discussions, absolutely. But I do think that there's been a dynamic shift in this council and in the thought process of the city as it's grown, even just since our last charter review. And so I think it warrants bringing in a new charter review board and asking these questions and having these conversations before the next election, and they would have to go on the ballot. So I'm going to go ahead and be in favor of doing a review.
I'm going to be in favor as well.
Councilman Johnson, I think you got a huge consensus here, right? But let's talk about what they should be talking about. Like we should be talking about the a CFO is what you call it. We called it we called it something else. Financial.
Come on, Kenny. What was the name you referred to? Auditor General. Auditor General. Yes.
That's we
that
named it that, but that's a separate. In other words, that would be a separate chartered officer with a separate staff. So we did discuss that. I love the idea of voting districts. I believe, and this will be part of the discussion, I believe the mayor would be in at large. Right. But voting districts gives the onus on those districts and those council members. So I love that idea. I've been tossing that one out as well. So these are great ideas that we could definitely, I would rather see. The voters are the ones that vote whoever gets on this dais. I've been a strong proponent of that. Everyone knows on this dais, and the community knows that I've been a strong proponent of. We're 140,000 strong. We shouldn't be appointing anyone on this dais. I have the privilege and honor of working with each and every one of you, but it was the people that selected you, right? So I'm a strong proponent of that. So yes. So what do you need from us, Madam Therese? We've got five individuals up here that would like to see this happen.
No, it's just a matter of when you want to make your appointments.
Okay, so I'll need do we have any speaker cards?
No speaker cards.
Okay, I need a motion. Did you want to set a time certain for this to start? Do we need
no motion is necessary. Okay. Just let me know when you want them to begin.
Okay, what's your thought process?
Let's call it May. Start in May.
Let's start in May. May it is? May okay. 2025. Understood. Outstanding. That's exciting. We're now on item number 8. Madam Smith.
This item, Mr. Morgan alluded to earlier, it deals with the land swap with the Diaz property and the city property. now have that agreement that has been fully executed. We got the development agreement that you all passed earlier. This is just an item that is necessary as far as the closing, which is scheduled for later this month. So we're asking you to pass this resolution. Essentially, it states that the council finds that we don't have a need for this property for the city. It also, if you don't have this resolution, they get the property, but the mineral right stays with the city. We're giving them everything, and this is what it does, and it makes sure that there's a clear title that is provided. And if I jumped into this, so let me actually read the resolution. It's late, forgive me. Resolution 2025-04. A resolution of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, conveying property as recorded in Plat Book 4537, page 422 of the Public Records of Brevard County, Florida, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. Deputy Mayor, any speaker cards?
No, Mayor.
Any questions from council? Seeing none, I need a motion.
So moved.
Got a motion
Second.
by Councilman Johnson.
Second.
How'd you do that one?
I'm a
Seconded by
I second it, Mayor.
Deputy Mayor Jaffe. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. We're now on reports, Councilman Langevin.
All right. I'll make this quick. All right. Well, first off, I just want to say I did a ride along with utilities last week and with Gabriel, and I just want to thank him publicly on the record for taking me out, showing him our water facility, showing me our the water facilities, introduced me to a lot of his staff. I was super impressed with the entire department, with Gabriel's leadership, and with the individuals that he has working underneath him. So I just wanted to give him public credit for that. And as always, I just want to commend our police department for doing a great job. And then I would like to say there was some talks about earlier in public comment about road plans, and so maybe it would be something that we could have in the future at a future meeting if the city manager has a something more prepared on where all of our future planning is on roads, so we can share that with the public. Just a thought. And then I would just like to remind staff that the governor issued a proclamation that flags should be at full staff on Inauguration Day. So just want to make sure that we're in compliance with that. That is all my reports.
Yeah, those are orders, sir, and we follow orders. So
absolutely. Just want to make sure it was received.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Understood. Councilman Hammer?
All right, first I need a second for this one. I wasn't happy about us doing away with our youth advisory board. I thought that was really important to kind of know what the youth of our city are doing. I'm working on something, and I was going to see how the council feels about this resolution for something I call the Palm Bay Youth Initiative. I have spoken with some of our school board members. It's something I would like to work with the student body for each school, have the student president as the member of the initiative, and have them work to bring something to our council, at least one per year. It's something that I've worked with our people, and I think it's something that we can work forward to get our youth into it, and it's something I'm going to work on myself. No one else has to get involved. I just want the blessing of our council to move forward on that.
So with one particular school or multiple schools?
Every high school that has a student body, their president is.
So what is that vision?
The member of the initiative.
I'm just trying to get a grasp of that.
I want them to learn how our city operates, and I want them to bring us one thing per year, per school year, to maybe put in front of council.
I don't have a problem with the concept. I just don't know how you're going to facilitate that, right, Councilman Hammer? Because I know Councilman Johnson's initiative was the same same goal. Or
But there was
correct me
no
if I
there was
correct.
no deemed member.
Yeah.
Automatically, once a person becomes student body president, they're automatically that person, and it's not a council. It's just an initiative.
Oh, I got
It
you.
is. It is.
Okay.
Hey, here's something our city is offering. They don't have to do it.
Well, let us know how it works.
But
I'm good to let you explore that idea.
Yeah.
So, in other words, if you're a student president of Heritage and a student president of Palm Bay High, then you're talking about those that are in student government.
your student government can work together
I got it.
to come up with something that means something to them and bring it up to council.
Not necessarily a board.
No, it's not a
Outside,
board.
I got it.
It's
Yeah.
it's an initiative
I got
to
you.
Like that.
to breed.
I'm good.
To breed vocality
Yeah,
throughout the
I'm good
community,
with that.
and
That's good.
it gives them a vessel to come and speak to us.
I got you got a thumbs up. Anybody could come speak to us, sir. So yes, sir. Absolutely.
It's just an initiative.
Thumbs up from me, Deputy Mayor. Yes. Everybody. So anything else, Councilman Hammond?
Yes. My other one was I wanted to say thank you to Officers Press, Officers Williams, and Officers Mitchell for saving a pregnant lady this
Good job.
this Christmas.
Yes.
I also want to commend a civilian, Ryan Acker. He's a member of FPL. He actually came by and he saw that, there was a reason the power line was down, and that reason was what led to them finding it, or finding the car and the lady. I also want to say kudos to our firefighter Jordan Navarro. She was recognized by our chamber for being the firefighter of the quarter. And I want to thank Valentino and thank Clinton for their time here. And thank you very much for everything you guys have done. And thank you for everything you have done, and Godspeed to the future.
Thank you. Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few items. First one, Rogue Valley was supposed to open in December. Are they open?
I don't think so. Can anyone?
Rogue Valley from Oregon. Are
Microchips.
Microchips.
They haven't.
A lot of
opened
water
the doors yet?
usage.
Can we get an update
Okay.
from that?
I remember they were supposed to open in December. I hadn't heard anything. Other items with our citizens participation plan meetings that are to be held. If owners are changed, is a meeting needed as of now? So if there's a change in ownership, say the woman who just got approved for the rezoning, that property owner sells to somebody else and is looking to do something else or make changes. I personally feel a citizens participation plan should be in place for a change of ownership. We've revised it to make it blanket when it was just for PUDs, but I just kind of wanted some feedback on that.
The problem is if it's just a change of ownership, the zoning goes with the land. So that new owner is still entitled to whatever the zoning allows. So you would only have a new participation plan if that new owner is seeking to change the uses. So the public gets to participate, but the public already participated in the other. The ownership doesn't change what can be done there.
Okay. All right. Then I'll yield on that one because I've had residents talk to me about that. Update on where are we with city initiated rezoning. That was something we took on a year ago with Nancy Bunt when she was here.
Our own.
Yes.
Our own property.
Yes.
Light industrial.
Yes.
In particular.
Yes, sir.
Yes. That warrants a status update for sure.
And if not tonight, then
Yeah, well, yeah.
yeah, just whenever. The last two things with our new representative Monique Miller, I know we have to submit. I don't know if we submitted everything within time for her, so we can get her moving and working for us this first legislative session because I know it starts soon.
Yes. Yeah, it does start soon.
Okay.
And by the way, I think we're all going to be saying that we're all going in March. I think is when we're going to Tallahassee, right? Do you have a date for that, Miss Clerk?
Yeah, it's March 13th, I think.
I thought it was the end of March, 24th to 26th, I believe.
Well, you got a thumbs up from me going.
Okay.
I got.
I'm not sure yet. I'll check.
I'll be up there already,
Okay.
so I can.
Okay.
It will be on the next agenda as well.
Oh, as you were.
All right.
Okay.
Last thing is funny. It was mentioned twice. Doge over here, and teleworking over here. I think we as a council, we should look into discontinuing teleworking as well. I think Elon was actually onto something with that. So
The federal government.
yeah. So I think, we should all be here when we're supposed to be here Monday through Friday. That's just my take, but I'm open for discussion from council. We put a policy in place after
During COVID.
during COVID after an employee left when they were hoping to have teleworking, but we're out of COVID now, so I just feel we should all be here so people can have access to us.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I'm also good with giving the management the flexibility to allow it here and there.
Yeah, I was going to sort of jump in there.
Yeah.
You know, that's clearly not a legislative function.
Right.
That's a executive function. So would like that flexibility. I think I hear the notion, and I'm not. I'm sort of that same mindset. I'm old school. I like people to be here, especially people know as a new interim. That's sort of the expectation, but it's really not a proper legislative discussion.
Okay.
All right.
What else, buddy?
That's it, Mayor.
All right. Outstanding. Deputy Mayor.
I have no report.
So I'll take your time. Thank you for yielding your time to me. The very first thing I want to talk about is right alongside of what Councilman Langevin had said, and I shared a little earlier, is our Go Roads program and seeing how we get a status update on that. I know our infrastructure board should be meeting, so I really would want to get a status update on that. And then secondly, I want to share about my ride along with Officer Riz and how professional he was and the entire staff. We encountered a veteran that obviously was suffering PTSD, and the professionalism that our law enforcement officials took, the patience, the amount of ability to talk to the individual so that we don't encounter any physical force. You deserve to be commended for that training, de-escalating. The whole team came together, and it was really wonderful to witness, where the actual veteran himself realized at one point what he had done. He regained his faculties, and he went into a surrender position, and he was just taken care of from that point. We knew it was a mental health issue as well. So kudos to Officer Riz and everyone that responded to that account. It was wonderful for me to witness. I also took the advantage of riding that same evening with our firefighters just to go on any calls and just build relationships with them. And gentlemen on this dais, the amount of work that these individuals put in on a day-to-day basis, they should be commended as our city staff. So I'm honored that as mayor, I get to do that. Then I want to close with this. Valentino Perez, I wish you the best, young man. I have witnessed since I've been on this dais, everything that was thrown at you, whether it was from building and getting our building department to be certified, outstanding job. Never before was that had to happen in this city, right? And then moreover, when someone asked you to accomplish a mission, you said, here I am, send me. And you took care of public works. You led people, you held them accountable, you built relationships with them. They respect you. They actually love you. They're disappointed that you're leaving. Because of the relationships that you build, you encouraged, you equipped those employees to succeed. For that, I will forever be grateful. Outstanding job. May God speed, as it was mentioned. May God bless you. May God continue to bless you and your family. Hoorah. Thank you. Mr. Hatcher, you were here with us for a short time, and I understand that you're moving on. Thank you for the time that you invested in our city. Thank you for actually dedicating the time, because I know that before you were even on the job, you were here and building relationships. So thank you. That's leadership. Thank you, and may God bless you and your family, sir. All right, that closes my reports, Mr. Morgan.
Yes, a very important item that I have exercised the authority of the city manager in a governor declared emergency. We have immediate need to get a contractor out at the Norwood washout that happened during Hurricane Milton. And at your next agenda on February 6th, you'll be getting all the detail, but it'll be an information item for the council. But I have the authority to get that construction contract started because there's a fairly long lead time for the structures that are associated with that project to prevent what happened during Milton that caused us with a sewer spill and to cause our finished potable water to be at risk, and even more at risk, our raw water supply from our well fields to the water plant, and putting a large number of homes and businesses at risk. So this is a very serious item. I don't use this authority that is granted to the manager without a great deal of thought, but we are having a contract, and the contract will start, and at your next meeting you'll get details. But this is a large dollar item. We're looking to see what we can get back from FEMA, which will be likely a portion, but we'll be using a great deal of city resources to do this project in excess of $2 million. So it's a major thing, but we cannot afford to run the risk with the next major rain of having what's been shored up for temporary safety. We need the permanent solution. So very important decision for your interim city manager. I don't take that lightly, but what you'll be seeing on February 6th is just informational that the contractor will be already out there working, and we need every week we can, and a 3-week delay would not be acceptable. We need to get this done immediately so we don't run the risk of having yet another lot of utilities fail because we didn't act on it immediately. So I needed to let the council know that.
So in that, for the public, this is something that's very costly, but for you to react was to minimize the potential cost and loss. Is that correct?
Yes, the risk is to a sewer force main, which did fail during Milton, and the risk is to a potable water line that supplies customers with water, and even more broadly, a raw water supply line that from our well field to the plant, that we really cannot afford the risk of that going down, or we will be in grave trouble. So it's a big deal, and I wanted to let the council know even before the February 6th detail and all that. But it's a major undertaking, and we have to do it.
And we have people taking care of it right now.
We do. We have a good team. This one is actually being led by our utility department, but procurement is involved with this. Public Works is very involved with this. We're following plans that were developed out of the Public Works operations that were completed in December. So we have a great contractor that we can do under these emergency authority because it was a governor declared emergency. from Hurricane Milton, and I needed to take action on this as your executive and not wait another 3 weeks through your next council meeting.
Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Ms. Smith, any reports?
Yes. Last year, and to kind of orientate the new council members, Attorney Travis Walker came to council and made a presentation as far as filing lawsuits on behalf of the city to address human trafficking. So what the lawsuits were designed to do was to hold business and entities accountable for knowingly facilitating human trafficking, in which he would seek injunctive relief to shut down or regulate the establishments and recover financial damages, and to attempt to establish deterrence for future violations. There was some technology he spoke about as far as being able to go on the black web. They've been using that technology. They've come forth with, and they want to start moving forth with complaints. One of the things that we did retain them, consistent with council's direction, is that we didn't talk about is who is going to approve because these complaints, because essentially what you are going to have, are you going to have businesses that we have reason to believe are public nuisance. We have some evidence that there's human trafficking. Sometimes the business owns the business. Sometimes you have the business owner and they're a tenant. And so you have the owner of the actual establishment. So when we have these potential violators, how does council want these complaints brought forth? How does council want to have input on which complaints that we move forward with, as far as which persons we are actually suing? Because this is a little different from the opiate litigation where, council certainly was, who are the actors, and we allowed the attorneys to say it's Walgreens or whoever and come up with the list of potential defendants. In this case, we are going to be going after commercial owners, some commercial owners and some commercial leasers. So I want to know what council thoughts on it as far as how we decide to move forward and get some direction from you all.
Deputy Mayor?
Yes, typically when I see a lawsuit, everybody's invited. So I would say both the owner and the tenant would be served.
So is it that council wants the attorney in conjunction with staff to review, or does council want the list? These are the people and why we think it, and they want it to come forward like it comes with a foreclosure. How does council want it to move forward?
I personally say the attorney and Travis Walker.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
and certainly I will reach out to Chief Agello as well. But as far as is it, staff and the attorney working, and that's fine with council, or is council wanting to see these before they're actually filed? Certainly, we are always going to make council aware of what's going on, but I just want to make sure that we're following what council's intent is.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, I think the attorneys, these are legal proceedings. The chief should be heavily involved. Lock them up, throw away the key, right? But you're talking about the legalities of it. I think the attorneys and like Deputy Mayor said, everybody's invited. That's my take, gentlemen. I think everyone's nodding their heads. Yeah, welcome to the party.
All right, this consensus I need. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that concludes this meeting's adjourned.